so I am having an issue, and I'm not sure where the issue is.
Is
With
gone.
what he's got
to
going
index
on.
into the name key of the registrant dict object and the sport.
I'm at this part and I've been following everything how he says, and so far, like, I got everything working except for it puts it in the SQL table, but I don't get nothing in return, and I don't know why. And it looks like I have everything right. I probably got some sort of something wrong. It's putting it in the table, so I know that it's doing that right. And it is using the command to select it out of the table. So that should be working right too. But I'm not getting nothing back here. So, and then here you have, okay, that's where it inserts it. That's working. Then it, returns to that website. To this website, right? That's fine. App route, define registrants, and I guess maybe it's somewhere. Yeah, okay, see here. Okay, so this command is working because it's using the command right here. But it's still not printing it on here, which I know I gotta change this. So I'll go ahead and change this anyways.
The same.
So, I mean, I can do this, but it's still not printing this part out for some reasons. Wait, what is this? T-body. Because it's, okay, so it's printing this part out, but it's not printing this part. And 4. Red. Oh, wait, is that it? Is it that one little typo right there? Oh my god, that was it. Okay, well, I just figured it out. I forgot a G right there. And because this is all white, it's so hard to tell. Okay, so now, should be able to just do this. Registrants, and then we'll put the name in here, because we don't want it looking like a table. We'll put the sport. Sport. Okay. Oh, it's not registrants anymore. It's the variable registrant. Okay. Because the variable registrant is holding registrants, right? Or where's the variable registrant? For name and registrants. Or maybe this is putting the command inside here. Oh, because it's like an array now. Or pulling this part from the table. But you can't select it like that, can you? Let's see. I'm trying to think. Okay, so this is the command. You're putting it in this variable. And then that variable equals what's going to here in registrants, which is this. So then why do you put that registrant instead of registrants?
So now let me go back to my browser, and I'm just going to go ahead and reload the registrants page without resubmitting the form. Now there it is, David.
What? That doesn't make sense to me.
Mayo or mustard?
Huh?
Mayo or mustard?
I'm not hungry.
Okay.
We ate so much food, dude. Like,
You're good.
oh my god, it's not working.
And basketball. And now let's go back to the form and register a couple more people. Kelly for soccer. Register. Notice where
Something's going on. Oh my god, I thought I had it, and now I don't. Register. Okay, this is how. Okay, now it makes sense. Because not that. Okay, I had to change the name. So register for registrant. So now this is 1. this becomes like the 4i, blah, blah, blah. So this is like the one, and then it selects, okay, so it uses this here as a variable. It creates a variable and uses it here. And then this, it's pulling the information out of here. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. That should have worked then. Yep, that worked. Oh my god. Now I need to get rid of gotta have to create like something to get rid of repetition instead of having to go in SQL and delete every single one, but whatever. It finally freaking works.
Of dictionaries. Go ahead and display the current registrant's name, and go ahead and display the current registrant's sports. In other words, I'm using Python syntax, which works as well in Jinja here. This iterates over the list of registrants, each of which is a dictionary. So I'm using dictionary syntax now to index into the name key of the registrant object and the sport key of the same. So now let me go back to my browser, and I'm just going to go ahead and reload the registrants page without resubmitting the form. Now there it is, David and basketball. And now let's go back to the form and register a couple more people. Kelly for soccer, register. Notice we're at the registrants link. Kelly is indeed still registered. Let me go back to this and let's register John, Ultimate Frisbee, register. Let's go ahead and kill the Flask server by going to my first terminal window, Control C. And now let me go ahead and rerun Flask, which was bad before. That's how Doug ended up the only registrant last time. But this time, if I go back to the registrants page and immediately click reload, even though the server is running anew in memory, the database is persistent, which was the whole point of using SQL from week 7 onward. And let's do one more for good measure. If I go back to the form, we'll register Doug so he can play basketball with me too. And we even have Doug now in the database. It's an ugly looking table, but the data is in fact all there. Questions now on this improvement, which is getting closer and closer to what the actual Frosh.im's database website did so many years ago. All right, well, let me propose this now. We have this table of registrants. Suppose that maybe Kelly was not a very sportsmanlike when she played soccer last time, so we want to deregister Kelly from soccer. That is, nope, we're going to reject your registration. Let's think for a moment about the design here. Like, here's an HTML table containing names and sports. And wouldn't it be nice if we could add a button that would let me deregister Kelly or anyone for that matter? Yeah. When I click on that button, what information should ideally be sent from the browser to the server to remove someone like Kelly from the database?
You gotta send a SQL command.
Yeah, the ID of the person. And you're proposing ID instead of name. Why?
That's how SQL tables work.
Exactly. The ID uniquely identifies the user in the SQL table. So in fact, let's see this real quick. If I go back to VS Code, and we'll revisit essentially a week 7 issue here, let me go back into my second terminal, where I can again run SQLite 3 after maximizing my terminal. And before I just wrote .schema to see what the table is. Now I'm going to literally run select star from registrants in SQLite 3, and we'll see a little ASCII table of all 4 of us who registered, but we also see the unique ID. And the value of the unique ID, recall from week 7, is that it's the so-called primary key. It is the value that uniquely identifies users as minimally as possible. And that's a good thing, because if we have another Kelly registering for Frosh.ims, we don't want to deregister the wrong Kelly or both Kellys. We want only the Kelly with ID of 2. So somehow the button we add to the registrants page should contain in it the ID of the person we want to delete. Because if you do pass the ID of the person that you want to delete to the server can do some kind of select looking, or some kind of delete statement using that ID number and delete just that row. So there's a few ways we can do this, but let me propose that we proceed as follows. In our registrants route, which is where we can currently see all of these users, let's go ahead and output an ugly but functional form for each of those users. So let me go ahead and minimize this and hide my terminal window. And in registrants, let's go ahead and just do this. In addition to outputting every registrant's name and sport, let's also output a third column whose purpose in life is to contain an HTML form. The action of that form will be a route like deregister, and the method we're going to use is going to be post, just so that we don't accidentally store personally identifying information in a URL or such. This form is going to have a button, the type of which is submit, and the button is going to say deregister. And I could now implement the ID in a couple of ways. I could do input name equals ID, type equals text, and now if I go back to my other browser tab and reload, I should see a button for every one of such. This form is going to have a button, the type of which is submit, and the button is going to say deregister. And I could now implement the ID in a couple of ways. I could do input name equals ID, type equals text, and now if I go back to my other browser tab and
dang it. They just want, let's see. Register. No. Dang it.
ways. I could do input name equals ID, type equals text, and now if I go back to my other browser tab and reload, I should see a button for every one of these registrants. And I do, but this is kind of like the honor system where I just let the user type in the ID of who they want to delete, and it's sort of weird that I have multiple forms in that case. But here is where dynamically generating HTML can get pretty useful. Let's change the type of this input to hidden and set the value of this input to be whatever the current registrant's ID actually is. Storing this in here, and let's go ahead and not confuse.
Okay, let's hold on. That's some different stuff there. That's not how you do it. Gotta put that on the outside. I think that's...
Use this.
Oh.
So we'll use single
Shouldn't
quotes
have to
on
do
the
that,
outside
should
instead.
Oh, okay. That's different. And then you put double quotes in here. It's interesting.
So inside of this value, I'm putting the current user's ID. So if I go back now, notice that the text boxes are going to disappear, but the buttons will not. But all of that information is still there. If I right-click or control-click and open up my developer, let's open up view page source because it's just a bit bigger. Notice that David and Kelly and John and everyone else here has the same HTML as before, plus another column containing a form that contains, oh, I somehow messed up still. Why is this blank? So this is still not good. Thank you. I accidentally pluralized this, but it should be registrant because I'm inside of this for loop, and each iteration gives me a variable called registrant. So user error on my part. So let's go ahead and dramatically do this again. Let me view page source of the...
Oh, no, he's talking about up here? Oh, that was a long time ago. How is yours still working even with that, dude? Like... Oh my god.
The same page, scroll down a bit, thankfully, there is now, for every one of these registrants, a hidden ID for 1 for me, 2 for Kelly, and I bet if we keep...
Nope. Did something wrong. registrant ID. Yeah, because it's this number. So that should be right. Do I need to reload? Let's try this. I think I need to reload. Let's see. There it goes. Okay, now it's working. I just had to reload.
Scrolling, we'll see 3 for John and 4 for Doug. So now this
There's a lot
form
to
has
keep up
enough information, even though there's no user input other than the clicking of the button, to tell the server whom to delete. So how do we delete the user from that particular registration table? Well, I think we just need to add a route. So let me go back into VS Code here, into app.py, and let's go ahead and create another route, for instance, in here. Say, we'll put it up here below index. So app.route.
Okay, fine. I thought we were going to put it at bottom, but all right, fine. We'll do it that way. Where was that at? Yeah, but you said below index? Yeah, okay, fine. Let's do that. Okay. Gotta be quick. They be typing too fast. Around. You gotta put registrants, right?
/deregister. Whoops.
Oh,
deregister. And now def
that means we're gonna be
deregister.
creating
Call it
them.
anything I want. And how do I do this? Well, let's first get the ID from the form. ID equals request.form.get quote unquote ID. Let's do a bit of a sanity check here. So if there is an ID and it's not blank for some reason, go ahead and do db.execute delete from registrants where ID equals question mark, and now let's pass in the user's actual ID. And then, no matter what, let's go ahead and redirect the user back to the registrants page so that we can hopefully see the result of that change. So again, just using a bit of SQL per week 7.
Okay, hold up there. Hold up there. Okay, here's the SQL command, delete from registrants. Giving it an if situation where ID equals that so it can't be hacked, and then ID. Okay, then we're going to return redirect. So you don't have to create an additional website, right? Registrants, I think. Okay, so it's gonna reroute to this folder of the HTML, which we don't have a folder like that, so I don't entirely understand how that's supposed to work, but define deregister, and whenever you call upon deregister. Oh, there it is. But I mean, I don't have to create an HTML for. Oh, no, I don't have to create an HTML because it's not asking for an HTML. It's just asking for the folder of this, and that's going to send it here. Okay, I get it now. So the action is this. This sends it here, because this is the route, and then from here it will run through this, define register, deregister.
I'm using a placeholder by using the question mark, passing in the actual ID from the form, and I'm only doing this if there is an ID that was passed in, and I'm letting the database actually do the deletion. All right, so let's try to do this. Let's go back to the browser here, reload the /registrants page for good measure. Let's decree that Kelly is now deregistered by clicking this button, and oh, so close. Method not allowed at the deregister route. What did I do wrong?
Do we need to create an HTML for it?
Let me go back to the code.
Oh,
What's
no.
wrong with my deregister route?
You're not.
Well, what method is the form using? If I go back to registrants.html, the form is using post. Yeah, so I need to override the default, which is get, so I need to go up here again and just change an argument to be methods equals, and then in a list containing only post now instead of get. All right, let's go back to the form and go.
Oh, did you do a capital post?
If I go back to registrants.html, the form is using post. Yeah, so I need to override the default, which is get. So I need to go up here again and just change an argument to be methods equals.
Oh. Okay. And this will keep it from trying to call.
And then in a list containing only post now.
Right, 'cause
instead of get. All right, let's go back to the form and go back. And now let's try to deregister Kelly. She's gone. Let's get rid of me now. I'm gone. And indeed, if I go back to VS Code, open my terminal, maximize it, and select star from registrants again, you'll see that the two of us are indeed gone in this case. Questions now on this technique, because now we have most of the plumbing in place for adding people to a database, deleting people from a database. It's very similar in spirit now to most any website that has this kind of interactivity. All right, subtle question. I deliberately, in my registrants.html file, used post, as we just discovered, instead of get. Why, though? Because it wasn't that strong an argument that I hinted at earlier of like, oh, I don't want like Kelly's ID to end up in my URL bar or mine. Like IDs are not really personally identifiable. They're just opaque integers at the moment. But why would it be bad if you could delete people by using the get method? So this is kind of subtle, but the catch with using get is that by definition, you can visit that resource, that route, by just typing in a URL or following a hyperlink. So for instance, if an adversary were to type a URL like /registrants ID equals, oh, I don't know, 4, and then send me this URL in an email, or send this URL in an email to the proctor who's running the Frosh IM's program. If that proctor simply clicks naively on this link, as my code is implemented now, and I've used get instead of post, what's going to happen? Doug gets deregistered just because the proctor followed a link in their email. And this is hinting at the kinds of phishing attacks that are possible too. Bad design, like generally when you are using get requests, that is just simple URLs that are clickable or typable, they should not have the effect of changing data on the server. Post is much better, if only because you can't just click a link and post happens. To induce a post request, you almost always have to click a button. So at least this case, the proctor would receive an email, they would have to receive an email, click on a link, and then they would see a web page like this that clearly has a button labeled deregister or the like, which is an additional layer of protection. And there's even more attacks that you can wage by supporting get. So in general, post requests are preferred anytime there's anything remotely personally identifiable or remotely destructive, like actually changing data on the database like this. All right, well, what more can or should we do with Frosh IMs, perhaps? Well, let's see, maybe one or so final flourishes here. If I want to go ahead and maybe make those error messages a little more interesting, let's do that for just a second. Let me go back to my other browser tab here. Let's go back to the registration page where the form is, and let's deliberately not cooperate and just click register so that I get an error about missing name. Well, wouldn't it be nice if we made this a little more user-friendly by including like an image on the page, as is commonly the case? Well, we can certainly include images in websites using the image tag, but the catch is we actually have to be a little more clever about how we store the image on the server in order for this to work. So for instance, let me go into that error page. We don't need success open anymore. We don't need layout anymore or this index anymore. Let's focus on error. And suppose that I did want to include an error message containing like a grumpy cat on the screen. Well, ideally, I would just do alt, or I would do open bracket image, source equals, and then something like cat.jpg, where cat.jpg is the name of a cat
Yeah, I think I
in
already did
this
this for
current
the last
folder. And
project,
just to be
so-
clear, let's have an alternative text of grumpy cat for screen readers or slow connections. Okay, this unfortunately is not going to work. Let's go over here and induce the same error by just reloading and submitting the same form. And you'll see indeed a broken image
need the
because
file
that
in
image,
there,
the
bro.
cat.jpg does not exist, but we do at least see the alternative text. Well, I did come prepared with a cat already, and so let me go ahead and grab this cat from another folder, and this cat is going to contain, is going to exist in a file called cat.jpg. And indeed, if I type ls now, after having grabbed a copy of that cat, it exists alongside app.py. Seems good. Let's go back to the browser here. Let's reload, and we should see.
Or you put type.
Still no cat. Well, why is this? Well, this
tell
is a
the
side
type.
effect of using the framework as well. It turns out, for organizational sake, any images you want to display on a page, or any CSS files or JavaScript files that you want to embed in a page, if they're static assets, should actually be in a folder called static. And by static, that just means unchanging. You or someone else wrote them once, and they're not dynamic in the way that app.py is. So I'm actually going to use my mv command and move cat.jpg into the static folder. Indeed, if I type ls now, cat is gone, but it is in the static folder. And now if I go back over here, I think we'll be good, except that I do need to go into error.html and say that the source of this image is actually in /static/cat.jpg to make clear it's in that.
Okay, hold on. We need to make a static. Okay. And then I'm actually gonna download me a picture of a grumpy cat. How about that? Let's see. Alright. And then where's the grumpy cat? There he is. I'm gonna go ahead and just call it grumpy cat. Wait, no, it's just called cat. Okay. Look at the properties of it. Properties, cats, and it is not a JPEG, so I could probably convert it. See, save as JPEG. Okay. It's so much easier to format over different things nowadays. Like back in the day, this was like so much more work. Alright, now cat is in static. Okay. And then next I need to go exit out of that. My error, cat JPEG, except it's not in there anymore, and I have to put that it is in, what is the folder, static, like that's right.
Folder, and so indeed.
Okay. Oh god, it's so big. Why is it so big? Oh my god, Jesus. That is a high definition picture right there. How do I, hold on. I think I remember how to make that smaller. God dang it, I did it in my other thing. Hold on, where's my, yeah, my home page. Home page. No, it wasn't an index. Except that one. Forget all mixed up. I need, yeah, like that. Okay, so I can put, oh, I just put width and height. Yeah. Yeah, I just literally put width and height. Okay. Alright, so length equals, I like to put percentages because they work better. So put 50%. Height equals, alright, try that. Oh, it's still freaking giant, Jesus. 10. Let's try 10. 10, 10, 10, 10. There we go. Okay, that fits a lot better. Oh, okay, maybe not actually. It's still like really small. God dang it. Let's see, 30. 30. There. That's good. Alright.
When I now reload the page once more, now I see a very grumpy cat, at least guiding
My grump
error
gets
message.
better.
Aw. But there is a difference here. Even though when accessing the static directory, I have to be explicit, notice that this whole time we have never once mentioned the templates directory. The render template function, to be clear, knows automatically to look in the templates folder for your template. You do not, and you should not say something like templates here. You simply specify the name of the file. But in the HTML template, you do actually have to include, as I did, /static in the HTML. All right, let's do one final flourish with the actual code. Suppose that it's time to modernize and let people register not just for one sport, as per the radio buttons, but multiple sports. It's a little obnoxious to make me go back and fill out my name again and again and again if I want to register once, twice, 3 times for sports. So why don't we go ahead and, in terms of UI, change those radio buttons to checkboxes. That's a very easy fix. Let me go into my templates folder and into index.html where this form is. And if I want to change radio buttons to checkboxes, literally just change radio to checkbox. If I go back to the browser here and reload, you'll see the familiar checkboxes now, which are not mutually exclusive. It lets me check multiple ones, thereby registering for multiple sports at once. But my logic has to change a tiny little bit here, whereby if I want to go ahead and get all of the sports for which the user's registered to my templates folder and into index.html where this
I'll just click it, bro.
Form is. And if I want to change radio buttons to checkboxes, literally.
There you go. I don't know all the commands for that, so.
Just change radio to checkbox. If I go back to the browser here and reload, you'll see the familiar checkboxes now, which are not mutually exclusive. It lets me check multiple ones, thereby registering for multiple sports at once. But my logic has to change a tiny little bit here, whereby if I want to go ahead and get all of the sports for which the user's registered, well, that logic has to change in app.py. So where is my register route? Down here, and we haven't touched this in a while, but recall that the register route here has a validate name chunk of code, validate sport chunk of code, and we most recently did the insert into chunk of code as well. But if the user is registering for multiple sports, I'm okay with having 1 row per sport, even though I'm sure we could do better than that. But how do I iterate over all of the sports that the user gave me? Well, I need to change my validation code here a little bit. If you know the user can select multiple values, as with checkboxes, you're going to use request.form.getList, and then the name of the parameter that you want to get the value of. And then this is going to give me back a list of values. So I'm going to go ahead and change semantically my code to say sports, because I'm expecting 0 or more sports now instead of 1. So if there are no sports, we're going to just say missing sport, heck, missing sports. But then I can't simply do this. I can't just say, is the sport for which the user registered in that array or not? Because they might have given me 2 sports or 3. So logically, I should really check all of the sports that the human typed in for me, and I should probably do something like this instead. So for each sport in the sports that the user typed in, go ahead and ask the question, if that sport is not in sports, then go ahead and output invalid sport. So it's just a bit of tedium here. We're just adding a bit of logic. But this way, I'm iterating over every checkbox that the user checked and making sure they didn't do what Kelly did earlier and sort of make up her own sport and submit that to me among all of the others. But this now should let me. Let's try. Let's reload. Oh, and then actually one other line here. We also need to do it down here. For each sport in sports, we better execute that line of code multiple times. So let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and register David for, actually, let's see who's in the database still. So registrants. So we've got John and Doug, no David or Kelly. So let's re-register David for basketball and soccer. Click register, and now I'm indeed registered for both. And I observe that it's kind of bad design that I'm just inserting myself twice into the database.
Oh, no.
So let me go ahead and open up the FrostIAM's database one.
It's not working for me, man. Dang it. Syntax. Oh. No, wait, no, it doesn't take that one. It takes this one. Freaking Python. There. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? One tiny little syntax. There we go.
Last time, let me do a select. Let me do a select star from registrants. You'll see too that David and David are both there. What would be a better design here?
To
get rid of the redundancy.
Yeah, because now it has two ID numbers.
And to know that I'm the same person, ideally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I should probably have an ID for the person as well, so this is going to complicate it more than we want to play with today, but instead of just a registrants table, I should probably have like a students table that has an ID for every student and the name of every student, and then change this table, as we've seen with the IMDb database and others. I should really be storing the IDs of the students, the Harvard IDs, if you will, and not just their names like this. So there's room for improvement, but the point here is just how we can actually use checkboxes and get back multiple items from folks. All right. Whew, that was a lot. Questions on where we're now at? All right, to make the coding a little less tedious, what we're going to do is look at a few final examples that have sort of come pre-made, and we'll walk through the code, pointing out only what's different as opposed to some of the boilerplate that we keep seeing. Where we left off now, recall, is that we have app.py, which is all of our logic, requirements.txt, which just enumerates the libraries that we want to use in the project, static, which now contains any static files like cats or JavaScript or CSS, and templates, which contains our actual templates. It's worth noting that we're actually following a fairly common paradigm. This is not specific to Flask. The model that we've essentially, the paradigm that we've essentially been implementing is this. If this shape over here represents the human or the user, they keep interacting with what the world generally calls a view. A view is the term of art that just describes like the user interface, aka view. But that view is generated by a certain type of code, namely controller logic. So app.py is technically what the world would call controller logic or business logic, to use an industry term. And that controller code, aka app.py, is generating one or more views. So the views that we're referring to here is like everything in your templates. Those are your views. But there's a third piece of the puzzle that we just introduced, which is generally called a model. And initially, my model was just a stupidly simple dictionary in memory, and that evolved eventually into frostIAMs.db. So your model is generally your persistent data, like where you're storing data related to the application. And even though the picture doesn't lend itself to pronouncing it in the right order, this is what's known as the MVC paradigm, model, view, controller, and it's a very common way of developing web apps by just thinking about the different problems you need to solve with this kind of nomenclature. Like I've got to implement my controller, which does all of the logic, all of the variables, functions, conditionals, loops, and so forth. I've got to implement the view, which contains everything the user sees and interacts with, like the HTML. And I've got to eventually implement the model, which is like all of the back-end data space and such. The catch, though, is that this is not a clean line, because clearly in views we've seen variables, we've seen loops, we've seen conditionals. So this is just a general mindset to have, and in the real world, if you ever explore web apps again, you are henceforth familiar with what's known as this MVC model. But now let's solve some other real-world problems. So here's what you see on the occasion that you sign into something like Gmail or really any other.
What?
Eyes.
Your eyes?
Yeah.
That's your hair. You just gotta push your hair out of the way. There you go. You okay?
Website that asks for a username and then eventually a password or some such thing. This is just a web form. It looks a lot prettier than mine because they're using some fancy CSS to make things blue and nicely indented and so forth, but it's just HTML underneath the hood with probably an input type equals text to give me this text box. Of course, when you log into Gmail after providing your password, somehow Gmail remembers, often for days, weeks even, that you have logged in already. Now, how is that actually working? Well, when you first log into a site like Gmail and click Submit, or the next button in this case, presumably the browser is submitting, in a virtual envelope, so to speak, a message like this to Google's servers. Post / something to accounts.google.com, which happens to be the URL that Google typically uses for this. And inside of this, the ... is your username and password and anything else that might be submitted to the server. Ideally, the server responds to you with 200 OK, like here is your inbox. OK, you logged in successfully. But it also, underneath the hood, every time you've been logging into Gmail, has been planting a cookie on your computer. And you might be generally familiar with cookies. They have kind of a bad rap because they're often used and are used quite frequently for tracking, for advertising, and really kind of keeping eyes on you in some way. But in their basic form, they're just a feature of HTTP, which is wonderfully useful because it solves some typical problems. This is another HTTP header that is usually inside of those virtual envelopes that come back from servers to browsers. In addition to telling the browser what the type of content is in the envelope, it might tell the browser, please set the following cookie. A cookie is just a key value pair. It might be something like session, literally, equals some value. And that value is usually a random string that might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or something like that, but it's a unique identifier. Or naively, if Google implemented cookies poorly, they could technically tell your browser to store a cookie on your computer containing your username and a password. Why? So that tomorrow when you open up Gmail, you're not prompted again with the stupid form to log in. It already knows your browser that you're logged in. And your browser can do that by just sending the same cookie it got yesterday to the server. Now, this is bad to use cookies to store usernames and passwords generally because it's putting very precious data in the browser's memory, and any sibling or roommate who walks over to your browser can now find your username and password by just poking around your cookies. So generally, what browsers do is more like this screenshot here, whereby all the server does is it puts a big random value on your computer somewhere, essentially a text file containing a big random value. And that is equivalent essentially to sort of a hand stamp. Like if you go into a bar or a club or an amusement park, generally you show your ticket once when you go in, and then thereafter you just show your hand if you want to be able to come and go again and again. So right now my hand has not yet been stamped. We have this nice here smiley face sticker. I might have a smiley face now on my hand anytime I want to go back into the bar or club or amusement park because they now know, oh, we already checked who you are, presumably the very first time that you came in. That's all cookies are effectively doing, is it's putting a virtual hand stamp in your browser.
Alcohol wipes to wipe off. Oh, wait, no. I'm germinating my seeds right now.
Germinating your seeds.
Most of my gross stuff upstairs, my seeds and stuff, is like a bucket of seeds. Do you remember? I gotta get the fucking ladder down. Can you help me get the ladder down real quick? Because you got man arms and I got tiny little people arms. Just real quick. Maybe make it.
I gotta pee.
Gotta go help my annoying wife real quick. Because she annoys me. Hey, wait, what's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, ball and chain. I love you. Danica sent me the video. You were grinning.
I was tired.
because the browser, the next time you go to Gmail,
oh, thanks, I appreciate it. I don't know if you're still there, but thanks.
and click on a link or click on an email, your browser, unbeknownst to you, will send a GET request that looks like this, but also contains a line like cookie, and then that same key value pair. It's like presenting your hand stamp again and again every time you open an email or click on a link in Gmail. This cookie header is what the browser sends. This set cookie header is what the server sends. So this is the act of stamping your hand. This is the act of presenting your hand. And that effectively is how browsers and servers remember who you are. This is how advertisers generally remember who you are, because at one point or other they put a cookie on your computer, and unbeknownst to you, you're going to this website, this website, this website, and your browser has been presenting this hand stamp all this time, so advertisers know, oh, that's David again, that's David again, that's David again, because they're seeing the same hand stamp. And so one of the reasons why last week, for instance, I kept opening things in incognito mode, which you might use generally if you want to do something private and not have it be saved in the computer's memory, is also because incognito mode gets rid of all of your cookies when you close the window, effectively like wiping off the hand stamp the next time you go to that same website. So that's all a cookie is. It's a key value pair that can be planted on your computer, but it's a wonderfully powerful mechanism for implementing, and this is the juiciest idea for today, I'd argue, what are called sessions. Sessions are this feature whereby browsers and servers have a persistent connection to each other, even though HTTP is what we'll call stateless. So stateless just means that you don't have a constant connection to the server when you are using a website. And that's not always true, and nowadays you sometimes do have a persistent connection, but cookies allow you to close your laptop, even shut down your computer, come back the next day, and still have the illusion of being connected just as you were the previous day because of this virtual presentation of hand stamps. So a session, more concretely, you can think of in Python as a dictionary of key value pairs that you can associate with each and every user. That is to say, when I log into a website that is using sessions implemented with cookies, they can store any number of key value pairs about me in the server's memory. And my presentation of the hand stamp will ensure that they know which key value pairs to assign to me. Let me go back into VS Code here, and let me cd into a directory with which I came, which is called login, which is just going to be a relatively simple Flask application that demonstrates how you can implement the ability to log into a website. And we'll keep it super simple with just usernames, no passwords, but as you'll see in problem set 9, we'll add some passwords to the mix as well. If I type ls inside of this login directory, you'll see some familiar friends, app.py, requirements.txt, and templates. But let me draw our attention to one other library we're going to now start using called Flask Session. So
Okay. So I guess we're done with this. Oh, I forgot. I want to put those in. God dang it. Login, where'd login go?
Flask session is just a third-party library that gives us the ability to use cookies in our application and not have to know or understand any of the screenshots we just saw of HTTP requests. It sort of suffices to stipulate, okay, someone figured out how cookies works. I just want to use them now as a feature so that when a user uses my website, I can associate data with them, like who they are, what their username is, and therefore that they've logged in. So let's go ahead and close requirements.txt and open up app.py in this case. Here is an implementation of a program whose purpose in life is...
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take all of this. Flask import. I know he's gonna skim through all this. Oh, it's just the capital F. Got a redirect, render template. Request session. I don't know what session is. Flash session. Oh, that's what we're about to talk about. Import session. It's just a built-in command with it. And wait, what'd I do? God dang it, I got all... What the heck?
to enable me to log in. And in fact, before we walk through the code, let me do this in this terminal. Let's do Flask run. And I already hit Control-C on my other terminal window a moment ago. Let me now go into my other tab up here and reload the slash route, which is now going to be this login route instead of frosh.iams. All this website does by default is it tells me, first, you are not logged in, but here's a link to log in. It's a little small, but if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of my browser right now, it's a URL that ends with /login. And in fact, I can see that more clearly if I view page source in the browser. Here is the only thing I'm really seeing in this web app so far. But notice what happens now. If I click on login, the route in my URL just changed to /login. I'm again keeping it simple with just usernames, no passwords, but I'm going to log in as David and click login. But first, let me show you the code. In view page source, I have a form that submits to /login using the post method. The only thing about this button that form that's interesting is it's got a text box and a login button. Same as we've seen before. So let's click it. Now I click login and notice I get whisked away back to the original route, the slash route, even though Chrome is hiding the slash from me. But the website somehow knows that I'm logged in as David. In fact, if I open up my page source in the browser, I'll see that now it doesn't say you are not logged in. It says I am logged in as David, and it's now giving me, apparently conditionally, a logout link. So I argue this is representative now of any website that lets you log in and out of it. So how does this work? Well, in my login account, in my login app here, what do we have? In app.py, the following. I've got from Flask, import Flask, redirect, render template, request, and a new one, session, which you can essentially think of as a dictionary where you can store key value pairs for each and every user. And Flask will make sure that your code has a different copy of session for every user that visits. You can just treat it as though you only have one user, but Flask will ensure that when a user visits, they get their own copy of session, their own copy of session, their own copy of session, essentially to store whatever you want. This next line here, I just need to copy paste from Flask session, import capital session. This line is the same. Turn this file into a Flask app. This stuff is new, and find a copy paste. This just says configure this app to use sessions by storing the cookies on the server as files instead of in a database or somewhere else. But this is the default that we use for our examples. All right, what's going on here? Well, in my slash route, I've got an index function whose purpose in life seems to be to render a template called index.html and then pass in a name placeholder, which is the value of session.get.name. So whatever name is stored in the session, if any, that gets passed into the template. So let's go down this rabbit hole. Let me open up index.html. Interesting. So here is the logic that implemented those two different versions of the homepage that we saw. If the name
you have a moment. Danica said, "This is us." You should ask me out just saying, "Ask you out of what?" I'm like, "These pants." Why? Did you soil your pants? Wow, you're really bad at this. At least I didn't shit my pants.
Jesus.
Literally. That is us. You talk that much shit. She's like, why is he just walking around just steadily doing stuff but talking shit? It just comes in the room talking shit, walks out talking shit. Like, this is us daily. Yeah, that is you. At least I didn't shit my pants. You stuck on something?
No.
Am I interrupting?
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. So,
sorry.
Obviously, you're interrupting. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want me to say no?
Talk the truth. Speak with your chest.
I don't know. It's like...
Oh, yeah.
I was like, I definitely wasn't doing anything. I don't know. Man, Man, he did the LS, but I didn't show all of those. Then I gotta create a layout HTML too. And oh man, that's not what I meant.
Has a value, so if it's not
Why'd I put a period here and there? That's weird. I guess. I don't know why.
empty, we saw you are logged in as such and such. Here's a logout link. If, though, there was no name, as happens by default before you even log in, you see you are not logged in. Here's a link to log in.
But then I need to create a HTML. Oh, wait, this is supposed to be in templates. That's right. Right. Yes, templates has all the HTMLs. He didn't show me it was in templates, that's why. Let's do... Wait, I think I have one in here. No, I don't. Let's see.
So that's all the home page is this conditional logic checking if there is in fact a user logged in. All right, well let's go back to app.py. How does the login work? Well, if you find your way to the login route, then I'm asking a question. If the user got here via post, they probably got here by clicking the login button that I gave them. So let's store in the session dictionary the word name and make the value of that key this value here, where what I've just highlighted is whatever the user typed into the form, whether it's David, Kelly, John, or anyone else, That's what comes back from the form, and I'm just storing that in the session, which again is like this special global variable that you get one per user, and it's implemented underneath the hood by way of cookies or these hand stamps. Then I'm just redirected to the slash route. Otherwise, if the request method wasn't post, that means the user just manually visited example.com or whatever my website is. That's why I show them login.html. All right, let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's open up login.html. It's pretty simple. It's just a stupid form that has a text box and a submit button. But the most important part is that, as we saw in the browser, it submits to /login, the route we just saw. All right, if I go back to here, that's why I show them login.html. All right, let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's open up login.html. It's pretty simple.
Someone was detected at your front door.
She messed with her little garden. I just think it turned sideways or something. Probably not. Alright, let's type text. Let's set the inputs and then a button. Submit. Oh yeah, then end block. End block. Whatever. It's fine, I guess.
It's just a stupid form that has a text box
It's just
and
a
a submit
stupid
button.
form.
But the most important part
Why
is
does
that,
it
as we
like
saw
that?
in the browser, it submits to /login, the route we just saw. All right, if I go back to here, how do you log out? Well, we didn't actually click this, but here is how. You can delete the contents of the session and actually log the user out. You just call session.clear. And so, in fact, if I go back over here and click log out, how does the
Let's start with a slash. This one, he didn't do that. Oh, right here.
Route. Otherwise, if the request method wasn't post, that means the user just manually visited example.com or whatever my website is. That's why I show them login.html. All right, let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's open up login.html. It's pretty simple. It's just a stupid form that has a text box and a submit button. But the most important part is that, as we saw in the browser, it submits to /log. Well, let me go back into VS Code here, and let me go into my first terminal, hit Control-C to kill this login example. Let me hit CD to go back, and then CD store to implement the simplest of web stores. That's effectively how they're logging you in, but of course they're adding into the mix some passwords and other seeing it at all. So that's kind of it. Like, if you log into a website, whether it's Facebook or Gmail or Outlook or anything else, like, that's effectively how they're logging you in, but of course they're adding into the mix some passwords and other security as well. All right, how about one other example? Let me go back into VS Code here, and let me go into my first terminal, hit Control-C to kill this login example. Let me hit CD to go back, and then CD store to implement the simplest of web stores, like some kind of e-commerce site that has an actual shopping cart implemented. Let me do Flask run inside of this directory, open up my other terminal window, and in my other terminal window, I'm going to go CD to go back, and then go into store here, where I'm going to see some familiar files, namely app.py, requirements.txt, but a data.
Oh, I'm doing too much. God dang it.
Database file this time, in addition to my templates. Well, let's see what's inside.
Oh, yeah.
Out of that database. Let me go ahead and run SQLite 3 of store.db .schema to see what's in the database. Ah, this is like a bookstore. Like, the very first version of Amazon.com, if you will. And the table has 2 columns, an ID column and a title column for all of the books that this store shall sell. Well, what are those books? Select star from books, semicolon. Okay, so this is a bookstore that sells only 5 books, among them The Hitchhiker's Guide.
So you have to insert. Trying to remember how to do this. I gotta put the table first, right? Okay, then in parentheses I put what it is. I've heard of the hitchhikers, but I've never heard of the restaurants. The restaurant at the end of the universe. That sounds interesting. Life, universe, and everything. Yeah, I think that's that documentary one where they made a show about it. I'm not positive. And that's number 3. We got 4. Oh. 4 is... That was it. That should have worked. Or was it because of that? Or did I need to do that? Damn it. God damn it. God dang. Okay, well, that's fucking... Oh. I messed up. Okay. Was it insert into books? Okay, and then you put the parentheses. What's in there? What you're inserting. So, the values of... Oh, I don't have to put that if it's all okay. So I don't really have to put that. Okay. So this instead. Because the fucking semicolon. God dang it. You said you had to take someone to the doctor?
What?
You said something about the doctor?
Yeah, I'm taking Steve to the doctor today. So I'm pick up the kids, drop them off, and take her straight to the doctor. Today's a day as any other.
Do I think I need to do this then? I remember he went over this. I can't remember exactly how to do it. It's like this. Error, syntax, error. God, why don't I remember how to do this, dude? I swear to God. I shouldn't have to do this part, shouldn't I? No, still an error at value. Values. The S. Okay, now I got it. Oh my God, that was ridiculous. Okay. Got it. Jeez, that was a lot. Okay.
To the galaxy and sequels. All right, so wouldn't it be nice if we have a website that displays everything in this catalog and lets me like add things to my cart. And in fact, here is maybe the better metaphor for what a session is. A session essentially gives you the ability to implement a shopping cart like this, where the shopping cart, of course, in the real world is specific to each user. Like if I'm on Amazon.com and Kelly's on Amazon.com and both logged in, we obviously don't see the contents of each other's carts, and that's because we have separate cookies on our hands. And so Flask, or whatever Amazon is using, creates the illusion that we each have our own global dictionary called session, in which Amazon can store any key value pairs it wants, like what's in our shopping cart. So let's try this. Let me go back to my other browser and reload. So I'll now see not the login example, but the bookstore example. And it's super ugly because I whipped it up using the simplest of HTML. But you'll see here every one of
show me this part.
the books in the database plus an add to cart button.
Oh man, there's no index.
And even if, again, you're sort of new to all this web programming, there's not all that much you can do with HTML except use forms, maybe with some hidden elements to achieve this result. So here we have the H1 tag with books. Here's an H2, which is big and bold, but not quite as big. Here's the button for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. As an aside, because there's like a curly quote or an apostrophe in the book's name, this is just an HTML entity that Flask is outputting for me, even though it's not there visually in the database. So what does the button do for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Well, it's a form whose action is /cart, presumably because I want to add it to my cart using the post method. I've got an input name equals ID, the type of which is hidden, the value of which is 1. And fast forward 2, 3, 4. So just like the deregister example for Kelly, similarly is each book going to be addable to a cart instead of removable by using that unique ID. And indeed, every form has an add to cart button. So what's happening then on the server? Well, let's take a look at the other tab here. If I go back into VS Code, and if I go into my, let's minimize the terminal window here, and let's open up inside of store, let's open up our template for index.html, which is sort of the entry point, oh, which is not that. Let's open up app.py first and figure out what's going on. So at the top, we have some imports.
Yeah, I figured that much. work if I put books. Is that supposed to be book? What is the HTML for books? Books equals books.
Including our SQL library, we have an app variable being created, a DB variable being created using that same store.db. We've got this boilerplate code which just again enables cookies and stores the contents on the local file system instead of in a database. Here's the interesting beginning point. How did I see that big page with all the books?
Ted has been having issues going to the shop. 222. Pick up the kids, drop them off, and then take Sativa.
Alright.
We've got this function that first uses some SQL to get all of the books from the database, select star from books, and then there's no index.html because I called it books.html in this case, just because, and I set the books placeholder equal to the value of the books variable. All right, let's go down this rabbit hole now. Let's open up the templates folder's books.html file. Okay.
I already created a layout, right? Oh crap, I need a layout in here. Live.
There's the show tomorrow for the kids.
I was the one that told you about it.
Yeah. Who's Ashley Lambert?
So here we have that H1 with books, and then we have a for loop, which is going to output for every book an H2 tag and a form tag again and again and again, each of which has a value that equals the current book's ID, but the title in the H2, of course, is the title of the book, which is more human friendly. So what happens when I actually click on Add to Cart for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Well, I should indeed see that now that one book has been added. And if I go back and add another, like the Restaurant at the End of the Universe, I now have 2 books in my cart. So where is that data actually being stored? Well, if we go back to VS Code here, hide the terminal and focus on the cart route,
Oh my god. The news.
At this point, I feel like it's just a show to try to get people to watch it and pay attention to it at this point.
Let everyone know how they're getting screwed and how he's openly doing it.
Because it supports post, in addition to get, also is doing this for me. Well, first, it's checking with some logic here. If there is no cart in the session, go ahead and create a key called cart and set it.
What? You want cuddles?
Equal to an empty list. In other words, I can put any key value pairs into the session that I want. So if I want my shopping cart to effectively be a list of all of the books that the user has added to their cart, it stands to reason that my cart by default should just be an empty list when they first arrive. However, if the user has clicked submit in order to get here, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get the ID of the book that they've submitted via that form, And if it indeed exists, and it's not someone like Kelly messing around and sending me invalid parameters, I am going to append to the cart list in the session the book ID. And then I'm just going to redirect the user to the cart. And anytime you do a redirect, that always is using get, not post. And so when I come back to this cart route later, I'm not going to be using post. I'm going to be using get, which means this chunk of code here is executed. I have a variable called books, set it equal to the result of doing select star from books where ID in.
That's what I thought. So it's going to be the whatever.
The following parenthesized list of IDs. Recall that in is the preposition that gives me back multiple IDs if I so choose. And then I'm rendering cart.html with those there books. And if I go back to the application, the reason why I'm seeing two elements here, and indeed if I go to my developer tools, or view page source rather, I'll see two list items inside of an ordered list or numbered list containing the contents then of that shopping cart. All right, so if we now have the ability to use sessions to remember who has logged in, and we have the ability with sessions to remember what someone has added to their shopping cart,
Books. Oh, you need another table then, right? Or he's not using this table, is he?
what else can we do with web applications more generally, even if not using sessions? Well, let me go ahead and close this tab here. We'll add some passwords to the mix as well. If I type ls inside of this login directory, there isn't, in fact, a user logged in. All right, well, let's go back to app.py. How does the login work? Well, if you find your way to the login route, then I'm asking a question. If the user got here via post, they probably got here by clicking the login button that I gave them. So let's store in the session dictionary the word name and make the value of that key this value here, where what I've just highlighted is whatever the user typed into the form, whether it's David, Kelly, John, or anyone else, that's what comes back from the form. And I'm just storing that in the session, which again is like this special global variable that you get one per user. And it's implemented underneath the hood by way of cookies or these hand stamps. Then I'm just redirected to the slash route. Otherwise, if the request method wasn't post, that means the user just manually visited example.com or whatever my website is. That's why I show them login.html. All right, let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's open up login.html. It's pretty simple. It's just a stupid form that has a text box and a submit button. But the most important part is that, as we saw in the browser, it submits to /login, the route we just saw. All right, if I go back to here, how do you log out? Well, we didn't actually click this, but here is how you can delete the contents of the session and actually log the user out. You just call session.clear. And so, in fact, if I go back over here and click log out, how does the server know that I've logged? .schema to see what's in the database. This is like a bookstore, like the very first version of Amazon.com, if you will. And the table has two columns, an ID column and a title column for all of the books that this store shall sell. Well, what are those books? Select star from books, semicolon. Okay, so this is a bookstore that sells only 5 books, among them The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and sequels. All right, so wouldn't it be nice if we have a website that displays everything in this catalog and lets me like add things to my cart? And in fact, here is maybe the better metaphor for what a session is. A session essentially gives you the ability to implement a shopping cart like this, where the shopping cart, of course, in the real world is specific to each user. Like if I'm on Amazon.com and Kelly's on Amazon.com and both logged in, we obviously don't see the contents of each other's carts, and that's because we have separate cookies on our hands. And so Flask, or whatever Amazon is using, creates the illusion that we each have our own global dictionary called session, in which Amazon can store any key value pairs it wants, like what's in our shopping cart. So let's try this. Let me go back to my other browser and reload. So I'll now see not the login example, but the bookstore example. And it's super ugly because I whipped it up using the simplest of HTML. But you'll see here every one of the books in the database plus an add to cart button. And even if, again, you're sort of new to all this web programming, there's not all that much you can do with HTML except use forms, maybe with some hidden elements to achieve this result. So here we have the H1 tag with books. Here's an H2, which is big and bold, but not quite as big. Here's the button for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. As an aside, because there's like a curly quote or an apostrophe in the book's name, this is just an HTML entity that Flask is outputting for me, even though it's not there visually in the database. So what does the button do for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Well, it's a form whose action is /cart, presumably because I want to add it to my cart using the post method. I've got an input name equals ID, the type of which is hidden, the value of which is 1. And fast forward 2, 3, 4. So just like the deregister example for Kelly, similarly is each book going to be addable to a cart instead of removable by using that unique ID. And indeed, every form has an add to cart button. So what's happening then on the server? Well, let's take a look at the other tab here. If I go back into VS Code, and if I go into my, let's minimize the terminal window here, and let's open up inside of store, let's open up our template for index.html, which is sort of the entry point, oh, which is not that. Let's open up app.py first and figure out what's going on. So at the top, we have some imports, including our SQL library. We have an app variable being created, a DB variable being created using that same store.db. We've got this boilerplate code, which just, again, enables cookies and stores the contents on the local file system instead of in a database. Here's the interesting beginning point. How did I see that big page with all the books and the buttons? Well, for the /route, we've got this function that first uses some SQL to get all of the books from the database, select star from books. And then, there's no index.html because I called it books.html in this case, just because. And I set the books placeholder equal to the value of the books variable. All right, let's go down this rabbit hole now. Let's open up the templates folder's books.html file. OK, so here we have that H1 with books, and then we have a for loop, which is going to output for every book an H2 tag and a form tag again and again and again, each of which has a value that equals the current book's ID. But the title in the H2, of course, is the title of the book, which is more human-friendly. So what happens when I actually click on Add to Cart for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Well, I should indeed see that now that one book has been added. And if I go back and add another, like the Restaurant at the End of the Universe, I now have 2 books in my cart. So where is that data actually being stored? Well, if we go back to VS Code here, hide the terminal, and focus on the cart route, because it supports post in addition to get, also is doing this for me. Well, first, it's checking with some logic.
I don't have HTML for.
It's almost time to pick up your child.
Well.
Alright, I'll go pick up the child. The children's.
Mm-mm.
Alright, then we'll do the damn thing.
Shall we walk together?
If we walk, we gotta go now, otherwise I'm taking the car.
Or do you think Olivia wants to go?
We're gonna go. We gotta go now.
Ooh, I did it. Oh, that was a lot of work I had to do.
You gonna stop your thing, or am I going by myself?
What is she doing?
She's laying down watching TV.
Okay, I guess you should go then.
Okay. Love you, bye.
Love you, bye. Do you want a kiss?
Here, if there is no cart in the session, go ahead and create a key called cart and set it equal to an empty list. In other words, I can put any key value pairs into the session that I want. So if I want my shopping cart to effectively be a list of all of the books that the user has added to their cart, it stands to reason that my cart by default should just be an empty list when they first arrive. However, if the user has clicked submit in order to get here, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get the ID of the book that they've submitted via that form, and if it indeed exists and it's not someone like Kelly messing around and sending me invalid parameters, I am going to append to the cart list in the session the book ID. And then I'm just going to redirect the user to the cart, and anytime you do a redirect, that always is using get, not post. And so when I come back to this cart route later, I'm not going to be using post, I'm going to be using get, which means this chunk of code here is executed. I have a variable called books, set it equal to the results of doing select star from books where ID in the following parenthesized list of IDs. Recall that in is the preposition that gives me back multiple IDs if I so choose. And then I'm rendering cart.html with those there books. And if I go back to the application, the reason why I'm seeing two elements here, and indeed if I go to my developer tools, or view page source rather, I'll see 2 list items inside of an ordered list or numbered list containing the contents then of that shopping cart. All right, so if we now have the ability to use sessions to remember who has logged in, and we have the ability with sessions to remember what someone has added to their shopping cart, what else can we do with web applications more generally, even if not using sessions? Well, let me go ahead and close this tab here. Let me go back to VS Code here, close out these 2 examples, and let's do a final set of examples that demonstrate what we can do with some real-world data and a web application. I have lastly a directory called shows, which is evocative of our use of IMDb in the past. And I'm going to go ahead into my first terminal window, hit Control-C, and call your attention to one thing before we move on. Every time I have executed a SQL query inside of my code in my first terminal window where Flask is running, you'll see either in green for success or yellow or red for some issues, the actual SQL code, SQL commands that are being sent to your database. This is useful if you mess something up at some point related to a database query. You can actually see in your terminal where you're running Flask run actually what SQL command was sent to the server to try to troubleshoot errors that way. Otherwise, you're just flying blind when actually interacting only with the web browser. But for now, let me go ahead and clear that away and cd back to my default directory and cd now into shows, where if I type ls, we'll see a whole bunch of files, app.py, requirements.txt, and this time shows.db, which is the
Yep. I mean, I might as well. Let's see. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. Create that with SQL. Alright, now we have a list of shows. Templates we're gonna want.
very same database that we had on past weeks when we played with some of the very large number of shows in the Internet Movie Database. And what does app.py do here? Well, it implements the simplest of programs. This gives me access first to shows.
So I'm gonna have to create. I don't know what's gonna look like yet, so let's just. This last part read. Oh, because I don't know what the table looks like yet. So. Pull it from the table. I don't know what the table looks like though.
.db with some boilerplate up top. If I scroll down here, you'll see that there's a index.html template that's rendered by default, and then apparently there's a search route which is akin to what.
This is different. The argument. Quest.
Google does for us when we searched for cats and dogs in the past, but for the first time, I'm implementing my own search engine for TV shows, not for dogs and cats. But what does this search route do? Well, it uses a shows variable, and it executes the SQL. Select star from shows where title equals question mark. And it passes in, just like Google does, the Q parameter for query, and then it renders a template called search.html, passing in those shows as a placeholder. In other words, what does this do? Well, let me go back over to the store tab here, change the URL to just / and because I'm now running, I'm no longer running the store, I do want to go ahead and run in my first terminal window, Flask run, to start off the shows application instead. So if I now go back to that tab, because no server is running, what I see here now is the simplest of search boxes, like our Google example, asking for a query, but this time I can search for things with which I'm more familiar, like The Office, capital T.
What? I don't know. What? You have to create HTML.
T capital O, search, and what I get back, not that enlighteningly, but is the title of every show that matches exactly that. If I go ahead and view page source, you'll see that what was generated was a unordered list of offices that are in the database, and recall there's the British one, the American one, and a bunch of others as well. However, this form does not work if I type in something like the office, search. I get no results in that case, which isn't so much a bug, well, it's just a lack of features here. And so let me actually go into VS Code here, and let me propose that we come up with a better version of this code. So in fact, I'm going to go into the pre-made examples with which I came today. I'm going to go into the next version of shows here, run Flask run here, reload the application over here, and now show you that the office in lowercase does actually work. Moreover, it searches for anything that mentions the office. So if you had to guess, how might this be implemented underneath the hood? Well, if I open up my other terminal window and go into that same directory, shows1, and open up this version of app.py, you'll see that instead of using a simple query like before, I'm now using the like keyword here because I'm checking that it is like the office. And notice this is a bit clever here, or a bit confusing at first glance. The placeholder I want is question mark, but I don't want to just search for the user's input. I want to tolerate 0 or more characters to the left via the SQL wildcard, and 0 or more characters to the right. So I'm concatenating onto the user's input a % here, a % here, because recall from our week 7 with SQL, this just means look for anything case insensitively that has THE space OFFICE in it, no matter where that string is in the text. How did it know to render that, though, as this bulleted list of all of these offices? Well, let me go into my terminal here and open up search.html, which is the template that the search route is using, and you'll see that I'm just iterating over with a Jinja for loop each of those shows. and then outputting a list item for each of those matches, effectively just as I did before. But there's this other technique I can use altogether, and it's generally going to open up more possibilities for us in final projects, if not beyond, of creating essentially my own API. Rather than just make a web app that spits out the entire HTML page that I want the user to see, wouldn't it be nice if I could just start to create routes that spit out the data that I want, and then I, or even some third party making a website with the same data, can integrate my application into their own. And indeed, an API is an application programming interface, and it's essentially web-based functions you can call to get data from someone else's services, generally using HTTP. And you can return the data in any number of formats, in text format, in HTML format, or in something called JSON format, which is short for JavaScript Object Notation, which looks a little something like this, which is quite like Python arrays and dictionaries combined. But notice here with a wave of the hand, there's a whole bunch of key value pairs in this particular example of all of the offices that are in IMDb's database. And so I wanted to show us these final versions of this same shows application that works a little bit differently. If I go into, say, shows2 example here now, run, whoops, and let's go ahead and exit out of the previous Flask copy and run shows2, inside of which is Flask run. Notice here that if I go back to this web form now, notice that there is no more search button because this is meant to be highly interactive. And I can search for THE space OFFICE. And you'll notice that this is effectively autocomplete, which we saw a taste of last week with JavaScript, which I am in fact using here. But how is this working? Well, let me reload and open up my developer tools. And in developer tools, let's watch the network tab this time. Because when I type in something like T, you'll see that my web page suddenly made a request to my own /search route. And if I click on my developer tools and look at the response that came back, you'll see that the /search route spit out not a full web page, but just a whole bunch of LI tags. Now, why is that? Well, let me go back to VS Code and open up in my other terminal app.py. And in app.py, scrolling down to search, you'll see that when I get shows from the database, I'm still using search.html, which previously extended my layout and plugged in that whole unordered list. But this time, if I go into this version of search.html, you'll see that I'm only spitting out raw HTML because I'm assuming that maybe someone, myself included, wants to use /search to just get a whole bunch of list items that they can put into their own unordered list or UL tag. And so what's effectively happening over here is every time I type a letter, notice at bottom left, another HTTP request goes across the internet, another HTTP request. And each of those is returning the set of LI elements that line up with the query that I've typed in. But this is a little sloppy, arguably, insofar as I'm returning a chunk of HTML, but out of context, and I'm dictating to the user that they have to use list items. Wouldn't it be nice to just send the raw data? And I can do that too. Let me go back into VS Code here and look at our final example, shows3, inside of which is a version of this code that now returns that so-called JavaScript object notation. And if I go into shows3, run Flask run, go back over now to my browser tab and click reload, I'll see now when I search for, say, T, and click on that row, notice now in the response tab of my developer tools, I'm getting back a whole bunch of juicy information, a massive JavaScript object notation chunk of data. Notice the square bracket means here comes a list or an array, here comes a dictionary or dict, And indeed, that's what I'm seeing. This looks like Python, but it's technically JavaScript, and it's technically JavaScript's object notation. This just means this is the juicy data I'm getting back from the server. And if you now think way back to week 0, and even our family weekend lecture on AI, where I was writing code that talked to OpenAI's so-called API to get responses from our server-side cat, they were sending us JavaScript object notation like this, and I was just grabbing the data that I actually cared about, namely the cat's actual response. And so in this case, if I open up in my other terminal window here, app.py, you'll see in my search route that instead of returning a template, I'm using a crazy named function called JSONify, which is just another function that comes with Flask itself that has the effect of taking the list of Python dictionaries that came back from my SQL database, JSONifying it in such a way that I then can serve it to anyone on the internet, myself included, as a service so that I and they can use my own data to implement their own web application. So that's sort of it for web programming. Ultimately, you now have all of the building blocks from week 0 onward to make your own web applications, and if you so choose for final projects, your own mobile applications. Even if this too, like everything else, has felt like a bit of a fire hose, it is in the process of your final project of speccing out and proposing and executing your own final project that will make all of this feel much more comfortable and familiar, and you'll look back on so many of the past weeks as useful building blocks. But this then was your CS50 education weeks 0 through 9. We have just one more left next week, so we'll see you then.
That was a lot. That was a lot. Holy crap. Oh my God. Alright. Birthdays. Holy crap. Here we go. This is the biggins. This is the biggins. Alright. How much work am I about to do? Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's see. Yeah, tell me about it, bro.
In a different video, we introduced you to Python and its syntax, and we talked all about how it can be used at the command line to write programs that you would run from your terminal. But there's a lot more to Python than just that. We can also use it to write web applications. It is a really common use case to have website backends that are written in Python because Python contains a lot more native functionality to support things like networking, opening socket connections, maintaining connections between two different locations on the internet. And C can do these things too, but in C it's really, really difficult and really a lot of code. And in Python, because it is a more modern language that abstracts away some of these kind of boring, tedious details of C, it thus becomes a lot more straightforward and a lot more tenable to write more complex web apps in Python instead of using C. In addition, there are a lot of what are called web frameworks that make this even easier because they take some of the Python things that we would have to do and abstract those away. So basically you can think of a web framework sort of like a library that's written in Python that is specialized in taking advantage and doing some of the things in Python for you that you would otherwise have to do yourself. Creating a web server in Python is not all that many lines of code to do it in just raw Python, but it's a little tedious, not nearly as tedious as C. But using one of these different web frameworks, for example, Django, Pyramid, or what we use in CS50, which is Flask, makes it a lot easier. Now, those frameworks are all great. We're talking about Flask and CS50 specifically because it is very lightweight and still quite feature-rich, which means that it will work well on CS50 IDE, where you are using a cloud-based infrastructure, and the amount of space and memory you have is limited by design, using the lightest weight web framework possible was really important. So we've talked about HTML in the past, and we know that we can use HTML to build websites. But there is one major limitation that HTML websites suffer from, and that is that they are static. So imagine that we want to create a website, for example, that displays the current time, just the time, in Cambridge, Mass, displaying it to the latest minute, let's say. This is some HTML that would do exactly that. So current time in Cambridge is 14:08, so 2:08 p.m. This is great for a minute, but at 2:09 it becomes not accurate anymore. And so if you're the webmaster and you have a page that's written entirely in HTML, and your job is to present an accurate website that reflects the current time in Cambridge, every minute you have to go through and update this page so that it is always consistent, and so that whenever a user visits the site, they're getting the actual correct time. This is awful. You would not want to do this, and if you were actually a webmaster and this was your job, you probably wouldn't last too long, because you'd be literally just changing things. And imagine if we were going to the nearest second or the nearest millisecond. You wouldn't be able to actually even do it. The only way to update our source in HTML is to literally go in and edit our HTML. If we incorporate Python into our code, though, we can be a lot more flexible, and we can allow our pages to become dynamic without requiring any human intervention. And that's ultimately our goal here, is to automate these processes for us so that we don't have to think about them sort of day to day, getting buried in that minutia. So we're going to do this specifically in Flask. And here's an example of a web application in Flask that would display the current, not only time in Cambridge, but it would also display the current date, day of the week, year, and it would display that time to the nearest 10,000th of a second. Just a couple of lines of code. From Flask, import Flask. I'll talk about that in just a second. Here I'm just importing a couple of modules that are also available in Python. So Flask is one module available in Python. Here I'm importing the datetime module, and specifically I'm pulling one function from it, also called datetime. And from the PyTZ, or Pi time zone module, I'm pulling one function called time zone. Then I'm initiating my Flask application, and then I'm basically using the datetime and time zone functions from those two modules that I imported to figure out what the current time is in the time zone America/New York. Now, New York is in the same time zone as Cambridge, and that's the standard time zone name. So I'm just going to use that one. So I'm figuring out exactly what the current date and time is and assigning that to a variable in Python called now. And then I'm returning some string where I'm plugging in whatever now is. And apparently I'm doing that to app.route/, we'll talk about all that in a second. But basically, if I wrote this in on a web page in Python, in something called application.py specifically, and then I ran this application and visited the page that was generated from it, it would tell me the current date and time to the nearest 10,000th of a second. If I refreshed, it would update it every time. It wouldn't be static. It would become dynamic, and I wouldn't have to do any more intervention. This would work for as long as my computer worked, as long as the web server it was running worked, to give me the current date and time. And I, as the webmaster, can focus on much more fulfilling and fun things than updating my HTML source every 60 seconds. So getting started using Flask is really easy within CS50 IDE. We first open up a Python file, and in general we're going to call it application.py, but you can call it whatever you want. But in all these examples we're going to be referring to it as application.py. The very first line of application.py is going to be the following: from Flask, import capital F Flask. So Flask with a lowercase f is the name of a module. Capital F Flask is going to be the name of a function within that module. In particular, it's going to be a class. Generally, you may recall from our video on Python syntax that we indicate classes with a capital letter. That's what we're doing here. We're importing the Flask class. After we import it, we then need to initialize a Flask application. You saw that on the previous code example as well. App equals Flask, parentheses, underscore, underscore, name, underscore, underscore. Underscore, underscore, name, underscore, underscore is just the name of the file. So basically this is creating a Flask application based on whatever file this line of code appears in, which again is always going to be generally application.py. So it's basically creating an app, a Flask application, from the application.py file. And then from there, we just have to write functions, which we're familiar with doing in Python, to define the behavior of our application when we do different things. So here, for example, are two functions that I might write, and you'll notice that this is not new. This is just writing in Python. We're not writing in anything special here. I'm defining a function called index, whose sole purpose is to return you are at the index page. And I'm defining another function called sample, whose sole purpose is to return the string you are on the sample page. Now, how do I associate these functions with my site? Well, what I can do is something like this. This is called applying a decorator. We'll talk about this in just a second. But basically what it means here is if I go to my web application's homepage, which you may recall from our video on HTTP is just slash, so if I don't type anything else, it's going to default to index.html or nothing. It will show me you are at the index page. If, however, I go to whatever my web application's address is /sample, it will not show me the index page. It will show me the sample page. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm defining the behavior that I want to appear on different pages within my Flask application. So again, these are called decorators, and in Flask context, we're basically just associating a particular function with executing when you visit a particular URL. Decorators are actually not something that are native to Flask. They're native to Python more generally, but that goes beyond the scope of what we cover in the class. But generally, they are used to modify the behavior of a function or associate a function with something. But in Flask, we're going to use it specifically to associate functions with visiting certain domains. Okay? We also then need to, so we've now written some code, the index and sample functions. Now we want to run our Flask application. We do that in 3 steps, the first 2 of which you only have to run once. First thing we have to do is export the Flask app. Flask app is a system variable, and it's going to become stored in the memory of your IDE specifically, so that if you ever run an application again, it knows exactly which application to run. So we're basically just saving in memory somewhere the location of our Flask application. It's being stored in a system variable. So export Flask app equals application.py, because that's the name of our file. The second line is technically optional, but it's recommended, particularly as you get started. Export Flask debug equals 1. 1 here just basically means true. So basically you're going to be running it so that when you run your Flask application in your IDE, you are seeing all of the things it is doing in your Flask application in a system variable. So export Flask app is a system variable, and it's going to become stored in the memory of functions. Now we want to run our Flask application. We do that in 3 steps, the first 2 of which you only have to run once. First thing we have to do is export the Flask app. Flask app is a system variable, and it's going to become stored in the memory of your IDE specifically, so that if you ever run an application again, it knows exactly which application to run. So we're basically just saving in memory somewhere the location of our Flask application. It's being stored in a system variable. So export Flask app equals application.py, because that's the name of our file. The second line is technically optional, but it's recommended, particularly as you get started. Export Flask debug equals 1. 1 here just basically means true. So basically you're going to be running it so that when you run your Flask application in your IDE, you are seeing all of the things it is doing in debug mode. So if something goes wrong, it will get printed out to your terminal. You'll see it. It's not like your site will just crash and you won't know what happened. And then after executing those 2 lines of code, again in our IDE, just executing those 2 commands rather in our IDE, Flask run. And then what will happen specifically in your IDE is it will take about a second to spin up, and then it will give you a URL that you can click on and visit, which will be the home page of your application. Again, after the first time you get configured with the particular application you want to run, you can leave these 2 blue lines out. You won't need them again. You can just continue to type Flask run, and it will continue to run that same application over and over until you no longer want to run it. And then you would export a different application, export a different debug mode, and so on. So, in addition to just running code,
Why is the timer going off?
It's because I let Jana play with my pointer.
as we did before with just having it print out you are at the index and you are at the sample page, we can also pass data in to our Flask applications. We can do this using HTTP GET, you may recall, by passing in data via URL. So I might write a function that looks a little something like this. It's a function called show, and instead of taking no parameters like index and sample did earlier, I'm accepting a parameter here called number. And I'm returning you passed in, and then I'm apparently going to interpolate or place in or stick in some number. Well, where does that number come from? Well, look at my decorator here. At app.route/show/ and that square bracket, those angle brackets are actually important. We actually have to leave those in. Number. So that if I visited my application /show/10, the page would show you passed in 10. If I went to /show/50, it would say you passed in 50. So it allows me to collect information using HTTP GET by having the user supply it via a URL. We can also pass in data via HTML forms, which are transmitted not by GET, but by something called POST. Now, by default, Flask is configured to only accept HTTP GET requests or information via the URL, so we have to modify a couple of things to make sure that Flask will also respond to HTTP POST requests, for example, when data is submitted via a form. So if you get to problem set 7 in CS50, which is CS50 Finance, you'll see that in our distribution code we have something that looks a little similar to this. So this is where this is coming from if you want to take a look. I've taken out a couple of things just to fit this 4 lines of code on the slide here. But this is some of the sample code that we give you that is checking to see whether the user has provided a username in a particular field. So notice that in addition in my decorator to saying where the function should be associated, so in this case with /login, I'm also saying not only that, but you should be accepting data via the get method or via the post method. So that's how I explicitly call it out. Then I'm defining my login function, and I'm saying if not request.form.get username. Using get here is unfortunately a side effect of Python. That does not mean we're using the get method here. Basically what I'm asking for is go and retrieve, literally using get in that context, go and retrieve from the form the field called username. And here I'm saying if it doesn't exist, apologize to the user, say they need to supply a username. So basically, this is asking the question, is the username field of whatever form the user submitted to get here, is that blank? If it is, we need to apologize to the user and have them return something. If not, we'll go to some more lines of code down below, and you can actually see those lines of code in the distribution code for pset 7 if you want to take a look. Now we can also vary the behavior of a function depending on which type of HTTP request we got. We could do one thing if we got a GET request, and we could do one thing if we got a POST request. So for example, if we got a GET request, we might show them the form. But if we get a POST request, then we're going to be expecting that they have provided some data via the form. So we can use one URL to do 2 different things depending on how the data came to us. And that actually is what we do. That's some of the code I took out on the previous page. But this code also appears in the login function for pset 7. If the request method was POST, that was then where I was checking to see whether the fields were all filled in. Otherwise, what I actually do here, which an else here implies if the request method is get, because I only have 2 methods this function accepts, get and post. Otherwise, what I'm doing is actually displaying the form in the first place, the form that I expect them to type into, which submits to this page again in the hopes that they will have submitted data that I could use, and I would process in the post part of this function as opposed to in the get part of this function. So if request.method basically is allowing me to check how I got data. Request is something that is part of Flask, and it will let me see whether I got data via get or via post and allow me to do different things depending on which it was. There are a lot of functions within the Flask module that will be useful for you as you continue to develop applications. So in addition to saying from Flask import Flask at the beginning of your files, you might say from Flask import Flask, comma, any of these. And you'll leave out the parentheses when you're doing that part, but you'll use the parentheses when you're calling the functions. URL_for. So this allows me to define a function and have a decorator associated with it. Maybe that decorator specifies that the URL here is really long or for whatever reason not that helpful. What I can do here is instead of specifying the exact URL I want to go to, I can say what I want you to do here is go to the URL for whatever function it is. So say my login function was associated with some URL that was like 50 characters long. Here, I could just pass in, instead of typing out that 50 character long URL where I wanted to use it, I could just say URL_for login. And because I associate it with a decorator, it'll just plug it in there instead. So it's a way to kind of shorthand a couple of things. Redirect, as you might expect, is Flask's function that redirects you from one page to another. Session is useful for HTTP session data. So we've talked about get and post. You may recall that there's also a third, and there are a few others, but there's another thing we would use called a session variable. It's not necessarily an HTTP thing, but it's usually stored in the headers there as well. And we can use that, for example, to track that a user is logged in and constantly check that they are logged in, even if they're going to different pages on our site. So a session is used sort of like a global variable. It's accessible by all pages. If you establish a session, you can store data in the session for the user as well. Render template is used to create pages on your site that mix HTML and Python together. So I might render a template, for example, where that template is the form that I want to show to the user, the form I was talking about on an earlier slide. I might have an HTML template where I've written the general form there, and I might render template and reference in the parentheses there the HTML for the form that I was just talking about. And you can do some other cool things too, where you mix HTML and Python together using a language called Jinja, which is going to be beyond the scope of this particular video. But if you want to get more information about what you can do in the Flask Quick Start Guide, and you really can get started pretty quickly with it, the URL is there. And if you want to learn about Jinja and how you can mix HTML and Python together to create basic templates where you can maybe substitute a couple of different things in depending on what the user has submitted via a GET or POST request, you can get some information on Jinja there. Jinja is Python-inspired syntax, so some of the things that you'll be familiar with from Python syntax will be relevant there, but there are a couple little twists as well, and you can learn more about Jinja at that URL there as well. I'm Doug Lloyd. This is CS50. So as you continue your exploration of JavaScript, there's one other technique that really might come in handy as you begin to build more complex websites, and that is using something called AJAX. So far in our exploration of JavaScript, we've sort of been limited to doing a couple of really simple things for the purpose of illustration. Like you click a button and something happens, like maybe the color changes on your site, or maybe a couple of words change. But the catch is everything we've been doing so far has been client-side. It's all happening on our computer. We're never really talking to the outside world. We can, however, talk to the outside world and make changes on our website, have something happen that interact with the server, but maybe it doesn't reload our entire page. We want to create a more pleasant user experience. AJAX allows us to do that. AJAX used to stand for something called asynchronous JavaScript and XML. That's sort of a backronym. That's not really what it's called anymore. And actually, most commonly now, instead of XML, we use JSON. But AJAX has just sort of been the name that's kind of stuck for the technique. And what AJAX allows us to do is to refresh basically sections of our page without the entire page. And if you're, for example, somebody who follows sports, for instance, you might see this if you're on a sports website where scores of games that are going on are currently being updated, but the whole page doesn't refresh. That means that the page is basically taking advantage of AJAX to just update small portions of the page. The techniques that you can do with AJAX are pretty limitless. You can do a lot of different things with it. And we're going to focus on a very specific example where, again, we're clicking a button and something happens, but the difference is this time when something happens, we're making a server request. We're making an outbound request from our page. It's not just happening on our machine, but you can do things like updating, for example, the sports scores on a website that tracks that information, or your email. You might notice that sometimes, like when you get a new email, your entire body of your page refreshes to put that new email at the top of your inbox, but the whole page doesn't refresh. That's happening with AJAX as well, but that is just, it's constantly running all the time. It's just basically querying forever. We're, again, just going to focus on clicking a button and something happening, but that's something being not just local to our machine anymore. So in order to do this, we have to create another special kind of JavaScript object called an XML HTTP request. And what this does is it allows us to make an asynchronous So when not at the same time as the refresh of the page or loading the page, but sometime thereafter while we still are on the page. That's what we mean when we say asynchronous. It allows us to make an asynchronous request to a server to get more information. It's actually very easy to create this, fortunately. This line, for example, would create a new XML HTTP request object. And in this case, I'm just calling that XHTTP and assigning it to just a random local variable in JavaScript. Once you have the object, so once you've created it, the first thing you have to do is define an onReady state change behavior. OnReady state change is really just a wordy way to describe the steps that are happening when you visit a page. So for example, you click on, maybe you refresh, you're on a page. You refresh the page, it sort of all goes blank for a second, then some of the data starts to populate, and then it stops refreshing and you're ready to go. That's going through a series of different states where it goes from the request hasn't been initiated, to you're sending the request, to the request is received, to the request is on its way back to you, and then the request is complete. Those are, for example, a couple of different state changes that might take place when you're visiting a site. And it will also be the kinds of state changes that will take place when you're updating a smaller section of your site. Typically, we define something that is supposed to happen when the state changes using an anonymous function, and we're going to see an example of this in just a moment. We don't have to give that function a name. We just want it to do something whenever it detects some change in the status of loading the site. There are 5 different states. They go from 0 to 4. That is the ready state property, so that's part of the onReady state change. It's clearly related. And those are what I basically just described, where 0 is the request has not yet been initialized, and 4, which is the end, which is the ultimate goal of an onReady state change request or an AJAX request, is to get that ready state to 4, which basically means the entire thing has loaded. And hopefully the status that we get back is 200. Those are the 2 things we're really caring about. We want to make sure that when our AJAX request is completed, that the ready state is 4, so the data has been received, and the data was received OK. You may recall 200 being the HTTP code for OK. That was the one we fortunately never saw. We didn't go to a website and get it. You don't go to a website and get a 200, unlike you get a 404, for example. So we want ultimately for the ready state to be 4 and the status to be 200. When that's the case, we can then update our site. Once we have that, we just need to open the request and send the request, and then our site will refresh. Again, we're going to see a very concrete example of this in just a minute. So if it doesn't make sense just now, hopefully it will when we start to see some code and you see how that interaction takes place for real on a website. There is, I want to point out again, a very slightly different way to do this syntactically using jQuery, and in fact, you will very commonly see nowadays AJAX requests made using jQuery. We're explicitly showing you the pure JavaScript version of this just so you see it, but as you become more comfortable using jQuery for client-side scripting, for example, for using DOM manipulation or for AJAX request, you'll probably see the syntax of this slightly differently. So here is a JavaScript function that is preparing, opening, and sending an AJAX request. So the first thing I would do is I create my new XML HTTP request. I'm going to, again, assign it to a random variable, this time called AJ for AJAX. Then I'm going to define a function that is going to execute on the ready state changing. So every time the ready state changes, this function will execute. But as you can see, it's only really going to do something eventually once the ready state is 4 and the status is 200. So it's this function will get executed every time the state changes, but it's only going to have like a meaningful thing to do once the ready state is 4 and the status is 200. And we'll see a concrete example of that in a second, where we're going to be updating a section of our site with different photos and information. Once that is done, we're then going to open our XML requests or AJAX request. This is just a simple way to do this. We're basically creating a GET request of a particular URL. Don't worry about what the true means. And then we're just going to send that request. So again, you'll usually see this written in jQuery instead of in pure JavaScript. So if you want to learn a little bit about how to do that, you can take a look at this URL here. But for now, let's head into the IDE and see this example in action, making AJAX requests of a server where the server happens to be running locally on my machine, to see how we can change a page asynchronously. All right, so if you download the source code that comes with this short, and you open up the index .html within there, you'll find a page that looks like this called Ajax test. There's a drop-down menu and a section that says information goes here. We'll see what that means in a second. I'm not going to tinker with it yet. I want to show you what's behind the scenes before we take a look. So here is the source code for that. At the top here, I'm just loading a couple of scripts. I'm loading jQuery because I will use a little bit of jQuery in this as well, just to give you a little taste of it. I have my own JavaScript script that I wrote called ajax.js. We're going to take a look at in just a second. You'll see that the information goes here that we were just looking at on the site is in a div whose ID is info div. That'll be really important in just a minute. And then I have a form where I have a couple of different options. And when something happens, particularly when the value changes, when I select a different option from the list, I'm going to call this function, CS50info. I'm going to pass in the parameter this.value. You may recall from our video on JavaScript that this is a way to self-refer to the event that triggered the JavaScript function being called in the first place. So this is another form of an event handler as opposed to onClick. It's onChange. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow me to figure out which one of the options triggered the change. And I'm going to capture this.value. So this is what I mean with value, is I'm going to get this piece of information. So if I choose Rob Bowden from this list, basically I'm passing in CS50info, and then the value that actually gets passed into that function is Bowden. They're all in lowercase. Chan, Malin, and Zlatkova. So those are the different things that will be passed in to that CS50info function. What does that CS50info function do? Well, let's take a look at ajax.js. Here's CS50info. If the name is empty, so if I didn't choose one of the actual options, if I just choose the default option at the top, you might be familiar with this from using drop-downs where there's a blank thing and you have to actually pick something, I return. I don't do anything. I don't want to try and do anything fancy. Otherwise, I create an XML HTTP request. We just saw this in the slides a moment ago. And I define a function that is going to wait for the ready state to be 4 and the status to be 200. And when it does, when it's there, what do I want to do? I want to update the HTML inside of the info div. This is the jQuery way to describe that. This is the line of jQuery that you're going to see in this. The rest of it is JavaScript. This is jQuery. To whatever I get back from my Ajax request. Remember, I haven't made the Ajax request entirely just yet. That's going to be right down here with the open and send. But when I do, I'm going to get data back, and I'm going to update whatever the HTML of info div, which at the beginning was information goes here. That was what was in between the div tags. I'm going to change that to whatever I get back in my request. But I'm going to do it without updating the entire page. I'm only going to refresh, so to speak, just that div, just that section of the page. So what file am I opening? Well, I'm sending a GET request for name plus .html. Remember that name is just the name of the value, the variable that's being passed in as a parameter here. So that's what name is. So name is simply going to be Bodin or Chan, Malin, or Zlakova. And apparently I'm going to add .html to the end of it. Well, what does one of these look like? Well, it looks like just kind of a snippet of HTML. It's clearly not entirely correct HTML because I don't have HTML tags on the top and bottom of it. I don't have body tags around it, but it's some little bit of HTML. It has a paragraph with a name, an image tag, and a couple other paragraphs with some information. So let's see this actually in action and see what it does. So right now I have Ajax test, and remember when I choose an option, that function is going to execute, that CS50 info function, passing in whatever one I choose. So let's choose Zamila. So notice what it did here. It popped in all of that information from our page. There's that Zamila tag. So if we take it, I'll pop back to the IDE for a second. We have a paragraph with her name, an image, class of 2014, and Winthrop House. And indeed, all of that information is now here. But what happens if I change it? I don't want my entire page to refresh, but I do want the content of that div to change. So let's try and switch it to, for example, Rob. And if you look really carefully, and depending on if my computer is a little bit slower or faster, you might quickly see all of the content get deleted and then replaced. That is the asynchronous request happening very quickly. So let's see if we can see it. You might have noticed right there that everything deleted and then everything came back, but now I have new data because I chose a new option from the list. Remember, if I choose select someone, nothing happens. I returned immediately. So it doesn't go back to information goes here, although I could have written the function differently to do that. But I can just make these different asynchronous requests, and it's going to keep updating the information that I see on the page without refreshing the entire page, just the section that I care about. So this is pretty cool, right? Like now we can not only change things locally on our machine, like simple things like colors, but we can also now send outbound requests to servers. And they don't even have to be servers that are running locally. I could be maybe sourcing information from Yahoo Finance. If I want to pull data from Yahoo Finance asynchronously, maybe I'll do that and load that into my page and have that be some information that constantly gets updated because maybe I have a different way of displaying the data or something. So it's kind of an interesting it's an interesting new strategy that we have at our disposal. We can send requests locally, we can send requests outbound to other servers, and really start to take advantage of creating a better user experience using Ajax. I'm Doug Lloyd, this is CS50.
That was a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I fully grasped a lot of that on that one. Okay, hold on. There's no check for this problem set. Be sure to test your qualification by adding some birthdays and ensuring that the data appears in your table as expected. Okay, so I'm just gonna use SQL.
In this lab, your task is going to be to write a web application that keeps track of people's birthdays. Your web application is going to display a table of birthdays with people's names in one column and their birthday month and birthday in another column, as well as have a form where users can add a new birthday to a database by typing in the name of a new person, the month in which they were born, and the day in which they were born, and then using that information to then store that inside the database and then have your website update based on that database, displaying the names and birthdays of all of the people that are in the database. In order to do so, the first thing to understand is the structure of the database that we give you. And we'll give you a database that has one table called birthdays. This table has an ID. Every birthday also has a name of the person whose birthday we're storing, as well as an integer for the month and the day of that person's birth. Let's take a look now at the distribution code that we give you as part of this application. This is a Flask application, so let's first take a look at application.py. What you'll notice is that inside of application.py,
Yeah. What? What? Oh, okay.
we're giving ourselves access to this database by using the CS50 library to get access to birthdays.db, representing the database inside of this variable called db. Next, we have a single route in this web application, just the slash route, which is the default one, that accepts two request methods, get and post. Get will be the request method. We use when someone is just visiting our page, as by typing its URL or clicking on a link. And post will be the request method we use when the user is submitting some form data, like submitting a person's birthday to be added to the database. If the request method is post, we've already written this part for you, well, that means the user has submitted something via a form. And so what you'll want to do is add that user's entry with their name and their birthday into the database, and then they get redirected back to the default route. But otherwise, if the user is just getting the website, they're not submitting a new birthday, then we're going to display index.html. Ultimately, index.html needs to also get access to information about all of the people's birthdays inside of the database. So you'll want to add logic here to query the database to get access to all of those birthdays and pass them into index.html. Let's now take a look at index.html, which is inside of our templates folder. You'll notice that here we have a section that says add a birthday, though nothing beneath it just yet. This form is going to be up to you to create. And then we have a table for displaying birthdays, where every row in that table is going to have one cell for the name of the person and one cell for their birthday, month, and day. But you'll notice that the body of this table right now is empty. Your task ultimately is going to be to, inside of index.html, loop through all of the birthdays that you got access to from the database and print one row into this HTML template for each of those birthdays, printing one row that has a name for the person as well as their birthday. So let's recap what you're going to do as part of this lab. The first thing you should do in application.py is query for all birthdays and pass that data to index.html. This is in the else section of that route for a standard get request, because when someone is getting your page, you want to query for all of the birthdays from the database and then give that information to index.html so that your HTML template can take advantage of that data to render all of those table rows. The next step in index.html is to render those table rows. For each of the birthdays that you got from the query, you're going to render each as a row in that table, with one cell in that table for the name and one cell in that table for the birthday. Recall that you can create a table row in HTML using the tr tag, and you can create a cell in that row using TD, TD standing for table data. And you'll likely want to use some kind of loop here as well, to be able to loop over your list of all of those birthdays, and for each of those birthdays rendering one row that shows up inside of your HTML table. After you've implemented that part of the application, you should be able to view the birthdays that are already in the database, but now we want the ability to add new birthdays to that database as well. So in index.html, you'll add a form to let users add a new birthday. That form should give users the...
Let's see.
Here is go to the URL for whatever function on our site. So a session is used. You should be accepting data to just running code, as we did before with just having it print out. First thing we have to do is export. Export the Flask app. Flask app is a system variable, and it's going to become stored in the memory of your IDE specifically, so that if you ever run an application again, it knows exactly which application to run. So we're basically just saving in memory somewhere the location of our Flask application, being stored in a system variable. So export Flask app equals application.py, because that's the name of our file. The second line is technically optional, but it's recommended, particularly as you get started. Export Flask debug equals 1. 1 here just basically means true. So basically you're going to be running it so that when you run your Flask application in your IDE, you are seeing all of the things it is doing in debug mode. So if something goes wrong, it will get printed out to your terminal. You'll see it. It's not like your site will just crash and you won't know what happened. And then after executing those two lines of code, again in our IDE, just executing those two commands rather in our IDE, Flask run. And then what will happen, and specifically in your IDE, is it will take about a second to spin up, and then it will give you a URL that you can click on and visit, which will be the home page of your application. Again, after the first time you get configured with the particular application you want to run, you can leave these two blue lines out. You won't need them again. You can just continue to type Flask run, and it will continue to run that same application over and over until you no longer want to run it. And then you would export a different application, export a different debug mode, and so on. So in addition to just running code, as we did before with just having it print out, you are at the index and you are at the sample page, we can also pass data in to our Flask applications. We can do this using HTTP GET. You may recall.
To specify the name of a person, what month they were born in, and what day they were born on, and then click some button that lets them submit that form to add a new birthday to the database. And then finally, in application.py, you'll need to add logic to handle those form submissions, accessing whatever data was submitted via that form and inserting that new birthday into the database. After you've done that, users should be able to visit your web application, fill out that form by typing in their name, a month, and a day, and have their birthday added to your database of birthdays. And as a result, their name and birthday should appear inside of your HTML table as well. How might you go about doing this? Well, to run SQL queries on your database, you can use db.execute. Recall that db is the name representing that database that we have inside of our Flask application, and execute will let you run a query, like a select or an insert, on that database from your Python program. And recall, too, that if you add question marks into that query, you can use those as placeholders for other values, such that you can substitute in values that came from the user.
Crap, I gotta go to the restroom. Wait, do you have any homework?
What?
You don't have. Do you have homework that you have to do?
Oh.
If you have homework, you gotta do your homework.
No.
What?
No.
No. I thought you had homework.
I did?
I don't know. Go look in your backpack. Make sure you don't have any homework. Man, I got some bad freaking diabetes, dude. I'm just gonna keep this hot cheese food on, so.
Maybe I could try and figure it out myself. I think she's coloring and building something and wants to keep me class and that's it. Cora. Cora. You wanna know something? I forgot about this, but I have homework every day. You wanna know why? Because this is my math book, but I have another one at school. So I'm gonna if this takes in here, I get to choose what homework I'm gonna do in here, but
You don't have homework, do you? Cora? Okay.
when I said homework, it reminded her. Yeah. How?
Alright. Oh no. Is it too late? Okay.
As via a form submission, for example, as part of the query that you're running. As you do so, you'll also want to bear in mind the distinction between these two different request methods, get and post. When the user is getting the page, all you're going to do is query for all of the birthdays and display that HTML page that has that table of all of the birthdays. Post, meanwhile, is what's going to happen when the user submits a form. So you want to make sure that your form has a method of post to make sure that when you're sending data, you're sending that data via post, and then make sure that your route is able to handle those post requests, adding each of those birthdays to the database such that the next time the user visits that page, their birthday will be on that page as well. My name is Brian, and this was Birthdays. Let's take a look at how you might have solved birthdays. In this lab, your task was to design a web application that could keep track of users' birthdays. And the first thing you wanted to do was to just display an HTML page that showed you all of the birthdays that were currently stored in the database. To do that, you first, in your Python code, needed to query for all of those birthdays. Let's see how you might have done that. Here, underneath the else, which means the request method is get, we're going to run db.execute to execute a SQL query on your database.
Name, month, and day. I did.
The query we wanted to execute was select star from birthdays to get access to all of the birthdays data, saving all of those rows inside of a list called birthdays. Then, when we rendered index.html, we wanted to pass to that template a variable called birthdays, which was equal to birthdays, that variable that we queried for just a moment ago. Now let's take a look at how we actually use that birthdays list inside of index.html. We had already given to you a table where birthdays, that variable that we queried for just a moment ago. Now let's take a look at how we actually use that birthdays list inside of index.html. We had already given to you a table where you were going to store those birthdays, but the body was previously empty. What you wanted to do was to loop over each of those birthdays, and for each of those birthdays, render a row of that table that had two cells, one cell for the name and one cell for the birthday. So here we have.
Oh, that is down here.
A for loop that
All right. Yeah. Okay, now. It's like a typo table thing. Okay, and then with this, I'll put in birthday.name. Oh, I guess when you put the birthday, that's the table. Dot name is the column. Okay. I guess you can do it in dash here. I would have never thought of that. Okay. Yeah, and then end the for loop.
in this language called Jinja, the templating language that Flask uses, we use curly brace and % for any of these logical operations. So here I'm saying for birthday and birthday in syntax that looks very similar to Python syntax, but for each one of those birthdays, I want to render a table row, a TR. And inside of that row, I first have one table data cell, TD, with the name of the person whose birthday I'm representing, and I can access that as birthday.name, where name here corresponds to one of the columns from my SQL table that I was querying from before. Recall that birthday here is one row of that SQL table, which is represented in Python as a Python dictionary. And so here in Jinja, I can say birthday.name to get access to the name of that person. And likewise, in the second table data cell, I want to represent their birthday. And so here I'm saying birthday.month for the month of their birthday, slash, and then birthday.day for the day of their birthday as well. And so that will then render all of the birthdays that are currently inside of the database. But we didn't want our website to just display all of the birthdays in the database. We also wanted to give users the ability to add new birthdays to the database as well. So to do that, we could add an HTML form to our website. Let's see how we might do that. If we scroll up on this page, here underneath add a birthday, we have a form. The action of the form is slash. This is what route the user should submit this data to when the form ultimately gets submitted. Then the method is post. The method is what request method should be used when sending this form data. And in this case, we're using post, but another option would have been get, for example. So we're sending data via post. And what inputs do we need? Well, we need one input to let the user type in their name. Name in this case is going to be name, where this value in quotation marks is just some label that we're giving to that input field, so that later, in our Python code that we'll take a look at in a moment, we have some way of referencing these different input fields. We need some way of knowing what's the name, what's the month, and what's the day, and giving each input field a name is how we do that. So the name of this input field just so happens to be name, because we're storing the user's name. Placeholder is just some helpful text the user is going to see, which is name. And the type of this is going to be a text input. We also have an input for storing the month. We'll display a nice user placeholder for month to let them know they should be typing a month here. The type of this is going to be a number. And then optionally, if you wanted to, HTML also supports additional attributes you can give to inputs, like min and max, to say that the month needs to be between 1 and 12, for example. And likewise, we do something similar for day. We have an input whose name is day. We display some placeholder text for that day. And this is also going to be a number that in this case needs to be.
Oh, crap.
A TR. And inside of that row, I first have one table data cell, TD, with the name of the person whose birthday I'm representing. And I can access that as birthday.name, where name here corresponds to one of the columns from my SQL table that I was querying from before. Recall that birthday here is one row of that SQL table, which is represented in Python as a Python dictionary. And so here in Jinja, I can say birthday.name to get access to the name of that person. And likewise, in the second table data cell, I want to represent their birthday. And so here I'm saying birthday.month for the month of their birthday, slash, and then birthday.day for the day of their birthday as well. And so that will then render all of the birthdays that are currently inside of the database. But we didn't want our website to just display all of the birthdays in the database. We also wanted to give users the ability to add new birthdays to the database as well. So to do that, we could add an HTML form to our website. Let's see how we might do that. If we scroll up on this page, here underneath add a birthday, we have a form. The action of the form is slash.
Add a birthday. supposed to have a space there. I'll buy, yep. Okay. Month. Oh. Keep forgetting. Just because it looks more appeasing. Oh, no. That's can't be listed as text, has to be listed as number. Probably so you can set a minimum and maximum value. Submit. No placeholder, just value equals birthday. Okay.
This is what route the user should submit this data to when the form ultimately gets submitted. Then the method is post. The method is what request method should be used when sending this form data. And in this case, we're using post, but another option would have been get, for example. So we're sending data via post. And what inputs do we need? Well, we need
unexpected. On my N4. What are you talking about? Oh. Oops. Why would we put that as an input? I mean, honestly, like, what the heck? Ghosts, you needed to enter. I don't know. I don't understand what the point. Enter type. Oh, did I put that wrong? Enter name type. Ah, okay, there it goes. Type submit. Okay, okay. And then here shows all the birthdays. Value add birthday. But then, yeah, I still need this. Add the user's entry. Yeah, so I still gotta do that part.
one input to let the user type in their name. Name in this case is going to be name, where this value in quotation marks is just some label that we're giving to that input field, so that later, in our Python code that we'll take a look at in a moment, we have some way of referencing these different input fields. We need some way of knowing what's the name, what's the month, and what's the day, and giving each input field a name is how we do that. So the name of this input field just so happens to be name, because we're storing the user's name. Placeholder is just some helpful text the user is going to see, which is name. And the type of this is going to be a text input. We also have an input for storing the month. We'll display a nice user placeholder for month to let them know they should be typing a month here. The type of this is going to be a number. And then optionally, if you wanted to, HTML also supports additional attributes you can give to inputs, like min and max, to say that the month needs to be between 1 and 12, for example. And likewise, we do something similar for day. We have an input whose name is day. We display some placeholder text for that day. And this is also going to be a number that in this case needs to be between 1 and 31. Then finally, at the end of this form, we have one last input whose type is submit. This is going to render as a button that is going to submit this form. And the value of the input field here
Oh my god, it says no United Kingdom. God, how much are they posting?
is what should be displayed on that button. So this button is going to display the words, add birthday. So this creates a form inside of our HTML page, but nothing yet happens when we submit that form. To do that, we need to add some logic to application.py to handle that form submission. So let's go back to application.py, and if the request method is post,
If the request method is post, which means right here, method post, 10.4.
meaning if the user is submitting data, as by submitting that form that we just created a moment ago, the first thing I need to do is figure out what values the user typed into that form. And for that, I can use this function, request.form.get, and then the argument is the name of the input field that I want to get the value of.
That's what I was thinking. I know we're going to make variables, temporary variables, but I wasn't sure exactly how we're going to do it. So I was like, request dot form dot get name. So much to remember, bro. Month equals request form dot get month day equals request dot form and yep, that's what I was. That's all I was thinking was the execute thing. TV execute, and then the SQL command that we're sending in. Insert into birthdays. Name, month, day. This is the part because this is where they're actually inserting values, and if they were smart, then they could hack. Okay. And there. And there. No. Now this is the part where I do that. I was doing it too soon. Month. Day. Okay. Yeah, because all this is doing is selecting from the birthdays. This isn't putting data into the table.
So recall that back in index.html, I had an input whose name was name, an input whose name was month, and an input whose name was day. And so to access those three values, I can say request.form.getName, request.form.getMonth, and request.form.getDay. These three values line up exactly to the names of the input fields from my HTML form. And I'm going to save those values inside of name and month and day as new variables. Then I'm going to use db.execute to insert a new row into the birthdays table. I'm going to add a new birthday, specifying values for name and month and day, and then I'm using three question marks as placeholders for those values. At the time that I'm writing this code right now, I don't know what the name and the month and day are going to be. Those are going to be provided by the user. And so I use placeholders and then specify them as additional arguments to db.execute, specifying the name variable, the month variable, and the day variable as the values that I want to insert into this table. So now that I have all of the pieces of this web application, I can try it out by running my web application. In the terminal, I'll cd into my birthdays directory, and then run flask run to start up my web application. And when I click on this URL, I'll now open up my web application, and the first thing you'll see is that I do see all of the birthdays that were currently stored inside of my database. I used db.execute to get all of those birthdays, passed them into my index.html template, and now I'm displaying a table with all of that data. And if I wanted to add a new birthday, I could do so using this form that has three input fields, one for the name, maybe Luna, one for the month, maybe February, one for the day, like the 13th. Then I click Add Birthday, and that has the effect of adding a new birthday to my database. And then the next time I see this page, it now renders with the new birthday added to it as well, so that I can keep track of all of the birthdays already in the database and add new birthdays to the database too. My name is Brian, and this was Birthdays.
Cool. All right. They basically gave me the answer for that. But hey, I like that because I don't have to do so much more. I get to practice more. Okay. And then I'm going to do submit 50. It's a lot of submissions.
How you holding up, Papa?
Well, I got one more problem.
How's your stream going?
Ain't no one here. It's dead. It's deader than dead, like the week 10. Let's see. Oh, this one's just the final problem. I have one more last final problem set that's normal. Does that make sense? This is the last one before the final project. What? What do you mean?
Oh, we gotta make it look like that.
Not necessarily. They'll probably have like the CSS file to make it look like this. But what they're gonna make me do is make sure that when you put something in here that it actually does this. Cache, total, all this stuff. They're not making me do the tedious parts. They're making me do the actual. Let me see. Make sure. Yeah. As once I get to pull this in, it'll have most of the stuff. I'll just have to do the part that makes it work properly with the coding.
Hey, some people just say stuff.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Well, someone said that, but I don't know when they said that.
You?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know what that was random. So, I don't know about that part either, but yep.
Alright, I'll go away.
No, you're fine. It's just crunching really loud. They're like
I'm not making those noises.
I'm like, Jesus, why are you eating the loudest thing? Did you go to hook up your internet or something? What'd you go do?
Take Sativa to the doctor.
Oh yeah, I forgot. What'd they say? What'd they say?
That she does have really bad sinuses, but it's not a sinus infection yet.
Yeah. Was she trying to get medicine for it or something? Did she get any medicine?
Yeah, they sent her medicine to the CVS. It's bad traffic right now, so I didn't even bother going in because it's probably not gonna be ready.
Well, yeah.
He gave her a doctor's note for today and tomorrow.
Just trying to get a doctor's note.
She doesn't have to go back to school.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, does it even matter if it's unexcused or excused absences, honestly?
It does. If
Uh,
you don't have an excused absence, then you miss too many days, then parent gets in trouble or some shit.
I don't know. That's what I don't understand. I was like, what's the point? Because excused versus unexcused, I mean, either way, you gotta have so many hours in the school, whether it's excused or unexcused.
Unexcused, you don't get in as much trouble and you don't get the hours taken against you. Or excused.
I don't know about that.
Words. My words are idle.
Alright, got a lot of files here. We got the Python. We got our finance SQL table. Another helpers Python. The requirements text, and then we have our static and our templates. This is a big boy, man. This is a big one. Where you at? Where you at? There you are. Oh man. Oof. So we got 2 over here. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is gonna be overwhelming. This looks huge. I don't even know. This is gonna be a lot. We've never done anything with 2 Python. Why is there 2 Python files? This is kinda what the, oh my god. For old new. What? What's the point in that? Oh man. Decorate routes to require. Oh man, this is a lot. Now let's see what we got. No, it's Flask. That's alright. I keep forgetting. Flask run. Yeah. It's still got the debugger on, right? Ooh, what? We got something here. iHeart validator. Oh, they got it set up to where it works on the phone too. They got a little hamburger thing, whatever. I see. Oh, and then they set it up to where you gotta register.
So if
I'll
I
just
made
log in.
lasagna, would you be down to eat that? Or is that too much?
That's fine. The cat. That's awesome. I mean, if the kids want that, kids want lasagna. Okay.
Okay, lasagna. Kids will always eat lasagna.
Yeah, I guess they will. What do you want?
I will always eat lasagna. It's my favorite food.
I'm still.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm hurting from yesterday.
If you're hurting from yesterday, then I'll make something else.
Yeah. I mean, y'all can eat whatever. I'm just like, I've been eating a lot. My stomach's still bloated.
Okay.
Rolling in. Alright, here we are. I'll watch the video first. Oh, 1 certified check. Dude, this is huge. run it before completing all required functions in Mayor. Okay, holy crap, oh my god. Okay, let's just watch the video.
In this problem, your task is going to be to design a web application that allows users to manage a portfolio of stocks. In order to do so, you'll need to implement a variety of different features. First, you'll need to make sure that every user can register for an account. Once they register for an account, a user should have the ability to look up a stock quote, buy a stock if they want to, see an index page that shows them all of the stocks the current user has bought. Then the user should be able to sell any of the stocks that they currently own.
What?
I have a game that I want. Please.
Oh, did you already send it to me?
Yeah.
And see a history of all of their transactions. And finally, once you've implemented all of these features, you'll implement a personal touch of your very own to add to this web application. But before we dive into the features that you're going to implement, let's start by taking a look at the distribution code that we'll provide to you as a starting point for this problem. The distribution code for this problem comes in a number of different parts. We'll give you a few Python files, app.py and helpers.py, in addition to a SQLite database called finance.db. In addition, we'll also give you a folder filled with templates. And we'll walk through each of these parts of the distribution code one file at a time. Let's start with app.py, which is where you'll write most of your Python code for this web application. App.py defines a Flask web application and also defines a variable called db, which will allow you to connect to a SQLite database. In particular, you can use the function db.execute to execute a SQL statement on your SQLite database. Later in app.py, you'll also see definitions for each of the routes inside of your web application, each of which will start with the syntax @app.route. These routes can take a variety of different request methods, most notably get for getting the contents of a page, and post, generally used if you're submitting data to a particular route. There are some routes that have already been implemented for you, such as login and logout. And let's now take an opportunity to look at one of these routes, the login route, just to get a sense for how routes in Flask, this web framework, actually work. So here is the login route, and it begins with this syntax.
There it is.
@app.route with /login being the route that users can use to access this part of your web application. This particular route accepts two different methods, get and post, and it's associated with this function called login. Because the login route accepts two request methods, get and post, and we need to make different decisions based on that request method, one of the first things we'll need to do is check what the request method is. If the request method is post, that means the user has just submitted the login form. And if the user has just submitted the login form, then we'll need to access whatever data the user typed into that form. In order to do that, we can use this syntax here, request.form.getUsername, to get whatever the current username is that the user typed into that form. And if the user didn't provide a username, well then we should render an apology, an error message to the user to let them know that they need to provide a username. Likewise, just as we make sure that the user has typed in a username, we also need to make sure that the user has typed in a password. And if the user didn't type in a password, then we should render an apology as well. After that, once we're sure that the user has typed in both a username and a password, we need to now look them up inside of our finance.db database to make sure that this is a valid username and password combination. So we'll use db.execute to run a select query on our existing database and do a select to try and find the user whose username is equal to whatever it is the user typed into the form. We won't know what the username is until the user actually types in their username and clicks the button to submit the form. And so here we're using a question mark, where the question mark is acting as a placeholder for whatever the user typed into the form, which again we can access via this syntax, request.form.get. Whenever we run the db.execute function on a select query running on our database, what we'll get back is a list of all of the rows that matched our select query. So the next thing we should do is check to make sure that what we got back is exactly one row representing that particular user, and we should check to make sure that their password was correct. If either of those isn't true, if the user is not in the database or they typed in their password wrong, well then we should return an error back to the user using that apology function to let the user know that this was an invalid username and password combination. And if we made it through all of that, that means the user has typed in a username and a password, and we verified that this is a valid username-password combination. And if that's the case, then the next thing we should do is actually log the user in. How do we do that? Well, recall that we can use the session variable to keep track of information about the current user. So we'll store inside of session bracket user ID the current user's ID that we got from the database. And after we've signed the user in, we'll go ahead and redirect the user back to the home page so that they can now go ahead and look up stocks, buy stocks, or sell stocks if they would like to. And finally, at the very end of the function, we need to take care of the other request method. All of that code we just took a look at was if the request method was post, the user actually submitted the login form. But if instead the request method is get, that means the user just clicked on a button to access the login form. And in order to do that, what we'll do is return a template back to the user, rendering the login form so the user can go ahead and type in their username and password. In addition to app.py, we also provide you with helpers.py, which is a Python file that contains some useful functions that you might take advantage of as you're building the various features of this web application. We'll give you a function called apology that displays an error message to the user. Login required can be used above any of your functions to require that a user log in before they're able to access a given route. For example, you might want to make sure that a user is logged in before they're able to buy or sell stocks. The lookup function, meanwhile, uses a stocks API to get the current stock quote for a particular stock symbol. So you can look up a stock by its symbol and figure out what the current quote for that stock is. And finally, we give you a function called USD that takes a number and formats it as US dollars, with a dollar sign, some number of dollars, and some number of cents. Next in the distribution code is finance.db. And this is the SQLite database that is going to store all of the application data for your web application. So far in finance.db, we'll give you a users table. And inside of this users table, you'll find columns for keeping track of each user's ID, their username, a hash of their password, and how much cash that user has. But you'll likely need to add new tables into this database to finish implementing all of the features of the web application. And you can do that using the create table syntax in SQL. Finally, in this distribution code, we also give you a folder of templates that contains HTML templates that can be rendered to the user depending on what part of the web application they're trying to access. There's a file inside of your templates folder called layout.html that defines the general HTML structure for all of your pages, and then the rest of your HTML pages can use the syntax to extend layout.html, to use that existing layout and add to it a title for the page and the main body content of each of your other HTML pages. Now that we've taken a look at the distribution code that we'll provide to you for this problem, let's now turn our attention to each of the different features that you'll need to implement to make this web application fully functional. The first thing you'll need to do is make sure that each user has the ability to register for your finance application. In order to do that, your register route should accept two different request methods, get and post. If the user tries to access the register route using the get request method, then you should just display a form to the user so that they can register for a new account. Once the user submits that form, accessing your register route via the post request method, what you should do is check for possible errors, and if there are no errors, then you can insert the new user into the users table and log the user in after that. So let's start with that registration form. How will you display a registration form to the user? Well, in order to do that, you'll likely need to create a new template that contains the HTML for that registration form. And recall that you can find all of your templates inside of that templates folder in your finance directory. You can use the login.html template that we've already provided to you as inspiration for what this new template might look like. And remember, the HTML form that you create should contain input fields that allow the user to choose a username, choose a password, so that you can find all of your templates inside of that templates folder in your finance directory. You can use the login.html template that we've already provided to you as inspiration for what this new template might look like. And remember, the HTML form that you create should contain input fields. What you need to create to do is make sure that each user has the ability to register for your finance application. In order to do that, your register route should accept two different request methods, get and post. If the user tries to access the register route using the get request method, then you should just display a form to the user so that they can register for a new account. Once the user submits that form, accessing your register route via the post request method, what you should do is check for possible errors, and if there are no errors, then you can insert the new user into the users table and log the user in after that. So let's start with that registration form. How will you display a registration form to the user? Well, in order to do that, you'll likely need to create a new template that contains the HTML for that registration form. And recall that you can find all of your templates inside of that templates folder in your finance directory. You can use the login.html template that we've already provided to you as inspiration for what this new template might look like. And remember, the HTML form that you create should contain input fields that allow the user to choose a username, choose a password, and then verify that they typed in their password correctly. Once the user types in information into that registration form and submits it to your web application, your Python code is going to need to access whatever it is the user typed in to that registration form. In order to do that, you can use some syntax like this. If you have an input field inside of your HTML code with an attribute that says name equals password, for example, well then inside of your Flask application, inside of your Python code, you can use this syntax here. Request.form.get, and then the name of that input field, in this case password. And that will allow you to access whatever it is the user typed into the form and then submitted via the post request method. You can do that for the password, for the confirmation, and for the user's username as well. Inside of your route, you'll also want to check for possible errors. What might go wrong when the user is trying to register for a new account? Well, if any field is left blank, if the user didn't type in a username, didn't provide a password, or didn't confirm their password, you should return an apology, letting the user know that each of those fields was required. If the two passwords don't match with each other, you should also let the user know that as well. And finally, if the username is already taken by some other user already inside of your database, you should apologize to the user and let them know about that as well. Once you've confirmed that there are no errors with what the user provided to you, you'll want to add the user to the users table of your database. But you should keep security in mind as you do so. In particular, remember that databases should never store plain text passwords. Instead, you should first generate a hash of the user's password using the generate password hash function provided to you, and then store the hash of the password inside of the database instead of the plain text password itself. Once you've generated a hash of the password, then you can add all of this information into the database by using db.execute in order to run an insert statement to add a new row into the user's table. And remember again, you can use the question mark symbol to stand in as a placeholder for a value that you might not know yet at the time that you're writing this code. Once the user has been added into the user's table, then you can log the user in, setting session bracket user ID equal to the new ID for whatever user you've just added to the database. Once the user has been able to register for an account, next you'll want to allow the user to look up stock quotes. In your quote route, you should also accept two request methods, get and post. If a user tries to access your quote route via get, you should display a form that lets the user request a stock that they would like to look up. And when the form is submitted via post, then your application should look up that stock symbol by calling the lookup function and display the results back to the user. How does the lookup function work? We'll recall that lookup is a function that we have defined for you inside of helpers.py, and it takes a stock symbol and returns a stock quote. If lookup was able to successfully look up the stock quote, then the function is going to return a dictionary back to you with fields to represent the name of the stock, the symbol for that stock, and what the stock's current price is. But it's also possible that the lookup will not be successful if, for example, the user tries to type in a stock symbol that doesn't exist. In that case, you should return an apology to the user, letting them know that that particular stock symbol doesn't exist. But if the lookup is successful, what you'll want to do is display an HTML page to the user that contains information about the stock, the name of the stock, and what the current price of that stock is. In order to do so, you'll need to pass in values into your HTML templates. And how might you do that? Well, in your Python code, you can use the render template function to render an HTML template, but you can also provide variables into this template that's known as a Jinja template. For example, in this code here, I'm rendering hello.html, but giving this template access to a variable called name, which in this case is equal to Brian. And then inside of my Jinja template, I can use double curly braces around the variable name, in this case name, in order to display whatever was passed in from the render template function here inside of my HTML. Likewise, you could do something like this as well in order to display the current price of whatever stock the user has just looked up. In addition to allowing users to look up a stock quote, we also want to allow users to buy a new stock. In order to do that, your buy route will also accept two request methods, get and post, where when the user gets this page, they should be shown a form that allows the user to buy a stock. And when the user submits that form, you should purchase the stock as long as the user can actually afford it. Your HTML form should allow the user to type in what stock symbol they would like to buy, in addition to how many shares they would like to buy. Once the user submits the form, you'll want to check it for valid input. For example, a user shouldn't be allowed to buy a negative number of shares, and you'll also want to make sure that the stock symbol is actually valid. But before you can add this data into your database, you'll likely need to create one or more new tables to keep track of this new information. Right now, the finance.db database we provide to you includes a table for keeping track of users and how much cash they have, but doesn't include any tables for keeping track of what stocks each of those users actually owns. So you'll first want to give some thought as to what new tables you'll want to add to this database and what fields that table or tables will have. You can use the create table statement to add a new table to the database, and you'll want to be sure to use appropriate SQL types as you do so. There are multiple correct ways to implement this, so decide for yourself what kind of database design makes the most sense to you and is most logical for this particular web application. Once you're happy with the tables inside of your database, you'll want to add this new stock purchase to the user's portfolio. First, remember that you'll need to make sure the user has enough cash to afford the stock. If the user can't afford the number of shares of the stock that they're trying to purchase, you should return an apology to the user, letting them know that they don't have enough cash for this purchase. But assuming the user does have enough cash for the purchase, you should run whatever SQL statement you need on your database to purchase that stock, and also be sure to update that user's cash to reflect the purchase that they've just made. Once you've implemented this feature, users should be able to log into your web application and buy new stocks. But once users have bought those new stocks, it would be nice if there was a place where users could view all of the stocks they've already bought. And that's what you'll do in this next feature. The index page of your web application should display an HTML table with all of the information about all of the stocks that the current user owns, how many shares of each stock the user owns, the current price of each of those stocks, as well as the total value for each of those holdings. For example, if the user has multiple of a certain stock, their total value for that stock will be higher. You should also display the user's current cash balance on this page, as well as their grand total of the combination of the value of all of their stocks and whatever cash they happen to have on hand. As you create this HTML table, you'll realize that there's some HTML that you're going to repeat. For example, you might have one row for one stock, and a very similar row for another stock, and again for each of the stocks that the user currently owns. In order to render this as HTML, it might be nice to have some kind of a loop, where you're looping over all of the stocks, adding one row of the table for each of the stocks the user currently owns. And it turns out we can use loops like this inside of a Jinja template. In this example, we return render template hello.html, and then also pass into that HTML template a list of Python dictionaries. Then, inside of our Jinja template, we're able to loop over each one of those dictionaries for contact in contacts, and then use dot notation inside of the template to access any of the fields of that dictionary, .name or .house in this particular example. And you might imagine doing something similar in your own index page. First, using the database and the lookup function to look up all of the information you need about the stocks that the current user has, and then looping over all of them inside of your HTML template, displaying one row of a table for each stock that the user currently owns. Users now have the ability to buy new stocks and see an index of all of the stocks they currently own. So next, let's give users the ability to sell a stock. When the user tries to request your sell route via GET, you should display a form that allows the user to choose which of the stocks they currently own that they would like to sell, and how many shares of that stock they would like to sell. And when the user submits that form via post, you should check for possible errors, and then sell the specified number of shares of that stock and update the user's cash balance to reflect that sale. What kind of errors might come up? Well, for example, you want to make sure that the user actually has the number of shares of stock they're trying to sell, and you want to make sure that the user can't sell a negative number of shares. With all of these features, users now have the ability to buy and sell stocks. But let's now give users the ability to see a history of all of their previous transactions on your application. When the user accesses the history route, you should display to the user an HTML table with all of their previous transactions, with one row for every buy or sell, including information about what stock was bought or sold, how many shares of that stock were bought or sold, and when that transaction actually took place. How you implement the history functionality in your web application will depend on how you've designed your database, what tables there are, and what columns each table has. And it's possible that you might need to revisit and revise your existing database structure to allow for this new history feature. Once you've implemented all of those features, the last thing you'll do is add a personal touch to your web application by deciding a new feature of your own that you'd like to implement and adding it to CS50x. For example, you might allow users to change their password, or you might allow users to add new cash into their account. Or you can choose something else entirely, deciding on a feature you would like for this web application to have and designing new routes, templates, or tables as needed to make that functionality possible. Once you've completed that, you'll have a fully functional web application, allowing users to register, sign into their account, buy and sell stocks, and see a history of all of their transactions. My name is Brian, and this was CS50 Finance.
Well, this is huge. Man, I don't know if I'm ready to do all this. Oh my god, this is so much. This is gonna take forever. Alright, I'm gonna try to come back when I get like fully logged in.